will not back down, and I will never stop fighting for you, your family, and our magnificent country.
Vice President Kamala Harris and Donald Trump confirmed their primetime debate here on ABC, set for September 10th.
How do you think you'll do in the debate?
The first and likely only debate between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump.
When I had Biden, I let him talk. I really don't know what he said. I'm going to let her talk.
What made you change that position?
Let's be clear. My values have not changed.
She is actually copying a lot of my plan. We are going to not charge taxes on tips.
And eliminate taxes on tips.
I'd love to see a child tax credit that's $5,000 per child.
Kamala Harris wants to expand the child tax credit.
And I will stop Japan from buying United States steel.
U.S. steel should remain American-owned.
She's copying every policy. And in fact, we're going to send her a MAGA cap. Why are we doing it live and she's doing it taped? This moment is your moment. It belongs to you.
We have a guy who's willing to die for the country.
2024 is our final battle.
Not his fame, not his fortune, his country.
America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, brighter, happier, stronger, freer, greater, and more united than ever before.
Wow, what a couple of months it has been. Wow, amazing. Hello, America. Welcome to Blaze Media's unfiltered coverage of the second presidential debate. Maybe I shouldn't say second. I guess it's the first, at least between these two. Look, never in American history has it ever been more clear that it is a media-controlled state. We saw this when they undemocratically got rid of Biden and fabricated a honeymoon with possibly the worst candidate of all time, Kamala Harris. But here at Blaze Media, we are not controlled. Tonight, we are simulcasting for you the ABC News presidential debate uninterrupted with uncensored pre-show and post-show analysis the media-controlled state would never, ever dare to give you. We also want to give you unfettered access to all of our hosts. If you haven't already, we want to get you on board. Make sure to sign up today by going to blazetv.com/debate. blazetv.com/debate. Use the promo code DEBATE for $40 off your annual subscription. This is the biggest deal they've ever given, so take advantage of it. Not only will the hosts be chatting with you throughout the show, but Glenn, Liz, Deace, Sara, myself will be answering the best chats of the night live during our post-show coverage. So now it is time to kick off our pre-show analysis with the host of Blaze News Tonight, the one, the only, Jill Savage. Hey, Jill.
Hey, Stu. It's unfortunate that there's nothing going on right now in the country. Let me introduce my wonderful panel that will be here with me tonight. Glenn Beck, BlazeTV host of the Glenn Beck program and co-founder of Blaze Media. Allie Beth Stuckey, BlazeTV host of Relatable. And Steve Deace, BlazeTV host of the Deace Show. And coming up, Stu, don't go anywhere, because we are going to be going back out to him at some point for the electoral map and to figure out which swing states might be impacted by the debate tonight. But guys, let's get to this because one of the biggest topics tonight, Glenn, I'll start with you, is going to be immigration. We have seen so much in terms of immigration in the Biden administration. Now that Kamala Harris is going to be the one on stage with Donald Trump, what do you anticipate?
If he does his job, he can crush her tonight, but he's got to be very, very calm, very nice. If he just is the guy who was in the first half of the debate, that he was the first half of the debate of the last debate with Joe Biden, he's going to be fine. He just needs to make sure that he's reminding everybody, and they are freaking out about this. Can we show the clip from Springfield and CNN? This is very telling. Watch this. Or do we have it? I have it marked.
We got it.
All right.
Yeah.
Vice presidential candidate J.D. Vance is now pushing a bizarre conspiracy theory that is taking the right by storm. Tonight, CNN's Tom Foreman has fact-checked this claim about Haitian immigrants abducting and eating pets in Springfield, Ohio. Tom?
Hey, Abby, even in the toxic political climate of our times, this is a wild claim.
Republican vice presidential candidate J.D. Vance, who has railed about a large influx of Haitian immigrants into the rather middle-sized town of Springfield, Ohio, posted, reports now show that people have had their pets abducted and eaten by people who shouldn't be in this country. And this claim, which focuses on kittens and ducks, has exploded in the far-right echo chamber, amplified by the Trump campaign, conservative commentator, Senator Ted.
Look at how indignant he is. The reason why those memes are exploding is because people are freaking out in their own towns. That's not a middle size. I think 50,000 people is a small town. That's a small town. When you take and add 20,000 people, you bet they're freaking out. And, you know, somebody sees somebody grab a duck in a park. You don't know. And is it, I mean, we don't think that is happening. But would it surprise anyone? We have people coming from all over the world that don't know our traditions, have different traditions. You know, you have a dog. When I was around people from, Somalia or Ethiopia, they couldn't believe how Americans were so friendly with dogs. They're feral animals. They're horrible. They're filthy. You're like, no, not our dogs. We give them baths and everything else. And they couldn't believe that. What's happening is our country has this influx of people coming in that don't know anything really about America and are living different lives and are being encouraged. One last thing on this. This is also, you're going to see more and more of this because no one is giving anyone a satisfactory answer. Who the hell are you, federal government, to come in and change the makeup? And I'm not talking race. I'm talking we're a small town. We hang our flags out, yada, yada, yada. And now you've put 20,000 people that are not part of our culture yet and don't seem to have any desire to be in our culture, looking at the overall landscape. Who the hell are you to do this in the middle of the night? How dare you, federal government?
Allie, we have millions upon millions of illegal immigrants coming into this country, and the Haitians are just the migrants here. They were brought in. They are not technically the illegals. But how big of a problem is this right now in America?
It's a huge problem. Now, if I were Donald Trump tonight, I probably wouldn't focus on this story simply because it is the center of memes, and whether or not it is true, which it does seem true based on the reports of the people actually living in the town, it has almost become a joke and a caricature. It doesn't look good from a PR perspective to be posting the memes of the kittens. So what I would say
very funny myself.
Is, me too. But when I'm thinking of the middle of the road voter who is still deciding who to vote for and the woman, I would say focus on Laken Riley. And focus on the fact that she was murdered under Kamala Harris's watch. And even Kate Steinle, going all the way back to, I think it was 2015. Kamala Harris was the Attorney General of California pushing open border policies then. Kate Steinle lost her life. The last words she said were, "Help me, Daddy," before she was murdered by an illegal immigrant. That is on Kamala Harris. So I would focus on that. I probably wouldn't touch this story tonight if I were Trump.
The cat thing. But tell me, as you know, two women, do you feel the same walking to your car at night? Do you feel comfortable in your home? If you have kids, do you feel comfortable sending them to school? This is something that he should concentrate, not the cat thing.
But the crime.
The crime.
Totally.
You don't
100%.
know what's coming next.
Yeah, and Steve, we have the Venezuelan gangs that are now in our cities as well. I mean, the immigration problem, we haven't even touched on that part yet.
On our show today, I pointed out there were two bullet points today, and I linked them together. This is probably the worst housing market in American history. Mm-hmm. When you factor in not just market price to interest rate and what's happened to payments, the average new 30-year fixed mortgage monthly payment is over 100% more than it was the day before Joe Biden took office. That's astounding. That's biblical kind of stuff. But that doesn't even account for the overall cost of living either. The comprehensive increases in taxes and fees. I know I always hear from boomers, well, we bought a home when the interest rates were 20%. Yeah, and you guys also, weren't paying 20% tax at the gas pump in 1975 either.
We were.
Okay.
We were.
Well,
I was there.
Okay. But the level of taxes and inflation across the board, the cost of living, the strength of the dollar, the consumer price index, none of that stuff was the same back then as it is today. You add all that stuff up, this is arguably the hardest housing market ever, not just since the 06, 08 to 08 crash, but ever. And you link that to this stuff that's happening at the border. I'm focused on normies. That's kind of our term that we use on our show. And normies are people that are not tuned in tonight, but should be. Normies are people who are neighbors in suburbs and exurbs around the country, and it's still Pleasant Valley Sunday to them, and they're not, and they think it sucks that it's $5 for a carton of eggs, but they can afford it, so it hasn't stung them yet. So what is it? Because we need them. And they didn't show up for us in 2022. Our base did show up. The normies did not show up, and that's why we didn't get the red wave that we were looking for. And we need to get them in this election. So to me, I just link those housing market issues and the border issues, and it's very simple. Can you afford shelter? Can your kids afford shelter? As a father with 3 kids, 2 of them are already out of the house. One of them about to go out of the house in the next year. Can they afford a house? My oldest daughter, Anna, looked at buying a house with her and her husband, who's a veteran, could not buy a house. And then even if you could, are you safe and secure in your own streets? If we can't get normie voters to come out and vote for us on that, then at this point, I don't really know how to unlock that.
I mean, I have to tell you, I think this is one of the most amazing times to go out and vote. This, in any other circumstance, do you want to send moms? Do you want to send your kids to war? Do you feel comfortable that in this environment we definitely won't have a nuclear war if it goes to war? You have medical bills through the roof. Utilities have doubled in most parts of the country. Gas station, dinner, drive-throughs. Drive-throughs, for the first time in a bad economy, are starting to go under. They're actually, the fast food and the dollar stores, that's how tight the underclass really is. I just can't imagine somebody getting up and saying, I want 4 more years of this.
Yeah, and McDonald's had to go through and do a $5 meal for the month of June, and they were marketing that as something that was extraordinary once again.
Let's fast forward if the Democrats win this election. And you start hearing about things like taxes on unrealized gains.
Oh, my gosh.
And let me double back and retcon to what I just said about the housing market. All right. So we bought our house that we've lived in our Des Moines suburb. We bought it in 2006 for $231,000. All right. Right around the corner, that was 18 years ago, right around the corner in our cul-de-sac is a house almost exactly same dimensions as us, selling for $420,000. Now that sounds all well and good, but houses in our neighborhood used to go in 30 days. If they didn't go in 30 days, it was like black mold. Now they just sit there and sit there and sit there. You can sit on all the capital you want, but if you can't get that liquid that someone will write you a check to take that off your hands, it's just numbers on a page. Now let's throw in unrealized gains. So you never sold that house. You never cashed in on that house. And you're sitting there in that house is double what you paid for it 15, 18 years ago. But they're now going to tax you on the profit level of that home that you've never sold, you've never liquidated. That is straight up, unfiltered, full-throated redistribution Marxism right there. And there's a lot of normie voters that are sitting on a treasure trove of wealth to be redistributed called their own homes that they haven't even considered what that's going to look like maybe a year from now.
You will own nothing, Glenn.
Yep, and you will like it. And, there's something else that's going on. We have audio that I'm going to play tomorrow morning of a veteran who says, look at what you're doing, federal government. You're not giving this to veterans. You're not doing this for the homeless. You're doing this. And what he said was, you should do that for all of us. Instead of saying you should stop, we don't give free handouts, he's saying, I want a house. I want the free food. That is a totally different, that's a shift into communism.
When I look at just the big overarching things that we could be looking at if Kamala Harris wins, I think censorship is right up there with all of the economic stuff. And I want to go ahead and take a listen to Kamala Harris back in 2019 when she vowed to hold social media accountable.
And will put the Department of Justice of the United States back in the business of justice. We will double the Civil Rights Division and direct law enforcement to counter this extremism. We will hold social media platforms accountable for the hate infiltrating their platforms because they have a responsibility to help fight against this threat to our democracy.
Okay.
And if you profit off of...
Who has been the biggest the leader of dis, and malinformation? It's been the federal government through telling them exactly what to do. So that's what you get if you elect her. Here's what you'll get, clear choice, if you elect Donald Trump.
But I will sign an executive order banning any federal employee from colluding to limit speech, and we will fire every federal bureaucrat who is engaged in domestic censorship under the Harris regime.
Stark difference,
I think a lot of people, if we're talking about the normie, and I think that you described that normie well, when they hear censorship of social media, a lot of them, unfortunately, don't think it applies to them. Maybe they don't have a social media presence, and they're not thinking about how something like the weaponization of the DOJ to punish your political enemies would have an effect on them. And a lot of them haven't even heard the story of the pro-life grandmothers and grandfathers that have literally been locked in prison because they stood in front of the entrance of a murder mill, sharing the gospel, praying. If that was Joe Biden, that was the Biden-Harris administration. Here we have Harris 5 years ago saying she's going to weaponize the DOJ to punish her political enemies. Forget about social media. It doesn't matter if you have a social media account or if you have a platform or a podcast or anything like that. If you are a pro-lifer and you decide that you want to pray in front of a pro-life clinic, you want to share the gospel, you want to tell a young woman that you're there for her, you'll provide resources for her, maybe you'll adopt her baby, I guarantee you, Kamala Harris will do whatever it takes to put you in jail. Doesn't matter if you're 85, doesn't matter if you're 18 years old. That's the kind of weaponization that we're looking at under Kamala Harris.
I spent the day with people from Preborn, and we were talking about this, and halfway through our conversation, the head guy leaned over to me and said, out of the blue, if we're debanked, do you know of a bank that would take us? That's his thinking at this point. I'll go a step further. They will put you in jail, but that is just to teach people a lesson. If she is elected, she's more Planned Parenthood than I think Margaret Sanger was. If she is the one, you will go to jail, and we will lose the ability to even talk about abortion, or we'll go to jail. You won't hear the other side if she's elected.
And I wish that were hyperbole, but of course it's not. And we saw that before she was vice president. We saw that when she was Attorney General of California. She pushed something called the FACT Act, which forced pro-life pregnancy centers to prominently advertise for abortion. Thankfully, that was overturned by the Supreme Court because, of course, it's a violation of the First Amendment. She went after David Daleiden, the pro-life journalist who tried to report on the pay-for-play scheme that apparently, allegedly, Planned Parenthood was engaged in. And she never investigated Planned Parenthood. She only sicked authorities on David Daleiden. So that's who she is as a person.
She took Preborn to court, all the way to the California Supreme Court. They actually won. But she was saying, you have to tell everybody that walks in, free abortions for Californians. I mean, all of this crazy stuff that no pro-life person would ever say.
Bloodthirsty.
And if Kamala Harris does somehow get in office, how often do you think that we are going to be able to have conversations like this?
I mean, this is the time that I started the Blaze for. We have got to be independent. However, they're hitting us from both sides now. They're starting to hit us and say, oh, you work with so-and-so did this. Even if they didn't, guilt by association, we're entering the McCarthy era. And again, this is why I started this company. We've got to stick together. And America, please, if you're not, this is not a sales pitch, although it is, if you're not a member, you get it. You see what's coming. Please subscribe. And if it's not to us, then somebody else. But the voices that you trust are in real danger.
Yeah, blazetv.com/debate, and it's $40 off tonight if you use the code debate. And it's the biggest discount savings that we've ever had here at Blaze Media because things are getting so real right now, Steve. And I want to bring you in just in terms of censorship and what you're seeing and the things that you're concerned about for this election.
I mean, just practically speaking, we have to completely reboot my YouTube page. We have to start all over. The amount of censorship from Google and YouTube that went on because of the work that our show in particular did during COVID, challenging all of those narratives. I mean, and why does that matter to you? It matters to you because that's the second largest search engine on planet Earth. Mm-hmm. And, I co-wrote a #1 best-selling book that had more footnotes than pages.
Yep.
That no one ever corrected, no one ever challenged, no one ever said you got that wrong. And in fact, all of the stuff that has come out since we published that book 3.5 years ago has proven it to be entirely prophetic.
Yep.
And that's why they censored it. Okay. And I'm not, I'm here on a big platform on the Blaze, but I'm not Glenn. I'm not Tucker Carlson. I don't have that level of target on my back, at least not yet. And so if they've made it that down into, like, I guess we would call our show the upper middle class. I live in the neighborhood outside of Glenn's gated community, like gated community adjacent. Right. So if they made it that far down the list that they found me, they're going to eventually make it down the list that they're going to find absolutely everybody.
Last week or the week before, I did an episode on 2 forbidden topics: immigration and security of our elections. Mm-hmm. I actually talked about both of those things in one conversation. Mm-hmm. This episode, we see the internal Blaze numbers, huge episode, but on YouTube, it just capped at half the viewership that we usually get on the first night, let alone 2 weeks later. They have absolutely capped us. If you can't get true information, like you said with your book, fully footnoted, we're not in America.
No.
And they're going to start using each other's countries. I'm telling you, England will do our dirty work and we'll do England's dirty work, or a country.
Well, I mean, it's been 10 minutes. It's been 10 minutes. I believe Elon Musk has been subpoenaed by another foreign country here in the last. Yeah. I mean, that pretty much happens every 10 minutes at this point.
If
That's
they'll
exactly what you're talking about.
Look at what they've done to Donald Trump and to Elon Musk. You think they'll think twice about you?
You always talk about the digital ghettos and how close that we are. And these conversations make me think that we are in it right now.
Well, we are.
Let me quantify what you just said, if you don't mind. If you're stepping to Donald Trump, who could be the next leader of the free world, and have almost unfettered executive power at his disposal to come back at you if you take a swing at the king and you miss. If you're stepping to Elon Musk, the richest man on planet Earth, right? So when you hear Glenn say something like, if they're coming for Trump or Musk, they're coming for you. And you're thinking, listen, man, I worked 15 hours today on a roof here at 90-degree heat in Dallas.
Doesn't matter.
What are you talking about? You're looking at it backwards, with all due respect to you. If the system is willing to step to that level to men who are as wealthy and powerful as Donald Trump and Elon Musk are, all right? If it has no fear of them, the resources that they could bring to bear to push back, what do you think it intends for you, who cannot afford their $4,000 an hour on retainer year-round attorneys?
They made Tulsi Gabbard a terrorist, and RFK is no longer a Kennedy.
Steve, I want to go back to you while we have you here for a few more minutes. And I want to ask you tonight, in terms of the debate, we've talked a lot about Donald Trump and we've talked about Kamala Harris, but I want to know, in terms of her debate performance tonight, what are the risks that she will be facing in terms of in terms of the swing state voters that are going to be out there listening?
Well, if you look at the latest Real Clear Politics polling average, Jill, of the battleground states, and I'm just throwing Wisconsin out. Wisconsin's been the most poorly polled state of the last 2 presidential cycles. A good buddy of mine who's polling for Elon Musk Group told me that it's the worst voter roll he's ever seen in his entire career. So
what does that mean?
Meaning
it's
that
just flawed.
Meaning that because they don't know who's on the rolls and who's not, who will vote and who hasn't. That you can't. That's what people poll off of. They don't just cold call. They pull off of the voter roll. So throw Wisconsin out. Look at the other 6 states, and the aggregate average of those 6 states right now on the RCP average is 0.6. 0.6. So I think, and Fox had a poll the other day that showed about 3 times more Americans wanted to learn more about Kamala than Trump, which makes sense. I mean, Trump, this is his 3rd run. He was already one of the most famous men in the world before he ever ran. She's the much more unknown factor. There is a lot on the line for her tonight. I think it almost doesn't matter how Trump performs tonight in some respects. I think if he is great, but she is decent, it won't matter. I think if he is bad and she is bad, because most Americans don't know her. And so what Trump cannot allow tonight is he cannot allow her to walk out as a credible presidential figure. All right. He needs to make it very clear that whoever's actually been running the country in place of Joe Biden for the next few years, she is a construct of them and she will be doing their bidding. And if you don't know who's running the country right now, you won't know when she is president. And he needs to get her talking about issues. Right? He needs her to show that she's out of her league and out of her depth and she's over her skis. Because if he allows her, no matter how presidential and informed he is the rest of the night, if she walks out of here as a credible presidential figure, she will have accomplished the job of the narrative they want to create to justify the fortification efforts that they have in line to run in all these battleground states all over again.
So one of the biggest gifts I've ever seen given to a candidate was given today by the Harris campaign. They finally put out their policies and where they stand, but they cut and paste them from Joe Biden. So, and the people went in.
She's literally a cut and paste candidate.
She is a cut and paste candidate. So if you think we're turning the page, okay, everybody, we're on page 2 of the plan. That's how they're going to turn the page. You get exactly the same, if not worse, from Kamala.
Steve will be back on for the post-debate coverage, but thanks so much for the time right now. And let's go out to Stu Burguiere. And Stu, if you're listening to Steve, he says Wisconsin's completely out. What do you have on that electoral map out there?
Well, yeah, we do this sort of electoral board every year, and we started off sort of with generalities here and lock everybody into what we think is going to happen. And we keep as many states as we can in the toss-up aisle at the beginning and slowly move them out of there until the day before the election. We'll do an election show and give a final prediction. In 2020, we got it exactly right, 306 to 232. And so it's just like something we like to do to kind of work through this. And I think just to set the table, it's worth going through the basics here. So we start off with a solid Democrat, 167 electoral votes. Solid Republican is at 109. And you get the sense that right off the bat, the Democrats come into this with, when you're talking solid states, a pretty large lead. These are states that almost have no chance of going any other direction. The next level down is likely Democrats. They've got 41. And you see these states, every once in a while, you'll see a poll that shows, a Minnesota close, probably not with walls in, but, a Colorado, New Mexico, New Jersey. There's always one poll that says New Jersey's close, and Republicans get excited, and then it never happens. And on the Republican side, you've got 39 likely electoral votes. Alaska, Montana, South Carolina. These are all pretty solid. Again, Ohio, especially with J.D. Vance on the ticket, not really a swing state anymore. Then you go over to lean Democrat. You've got 18 electoral votes. And New Hampshire, Virginia. Again, there's been some close polling in a place like Virginia, especially when Biden was in the race. Whether that's going to be able to be possible with Harrison. But we have seen some actual decent polling that's been pretty close there. Over on the Republican side, this is where the Republicans kind of catch up. You see Florida and Texas, the 2 big ones. Again, is Texas going to go? Either way, I don't think there's really much of a chance that these leaner states going any other direction. They're pretty much set, but since there's still questions, we leave them there for now. And that gives us a total of 226 for the Democrats and 219 for Republicans. before we get to the big 7 swing states. I know you guys were just mentioning some of these just a minute ago. North Carolina is a swing state. It is also a complete and utter must win for Donald Trump. If he does not win North Carolina, there's no chance of him winning this election, in my view. Then you have the 3 southern states. You have Arizona, Georgia, and Nevada. I think of these in 2 belts, basically. You have these states really are states that Trump, I mean, he's got to win these states, basically. Georgia is one that is really a must as well. And then if he can pick off one of these 3 blue wall states, you've got Michigan with 15, Wisconsin with 10, Pennsylvania with 19. He's just got to pick off one of those if he can sweep these top 4. That puts him in a position where he's over 270. You may know by looking back at 2020 and some previous elections, you get a little nervous when things are close, and you want to obviously be able to put a decent enough margin in there so that there's not a lot of sweating going on election night. With Joe Biden, most of these states were going to Donald Trump, and what Kamala Harris has been able to do is make it competitive. I mean, Joe Biden, even though he was only down by about 3 points nationally, even when he dropped out on the average, things were absolutely trending in the wrong direction. Harris has been able to kind of take it from a blowout situation, bring it back to a very competitive race. That's why tonight is so important, Jill.
It absolutely is, Stu. And I want to come back here and welcome in Liz Wheeler to the panel. She's the host of The Liz Wheeler Show. So, let's just dive right into what Stu is saying there with the Electoral College. Everybody is still nervous, Liz.
Yeah, it's an exciting night. It's a nerve-wracking night. It's hard to say what will happen in this election because we don't have a crystal ball. We can't predict. But it is interesting to watch the highs and lows. How, first, right after the assassination attempt against Trump, everyone was like, oh, he's got it. It's in the bag. There's no way anyone can defeat him. And then Kamala Harris comes out, obviously with a pre-planned campaign strategy. This was not something that she said, oh, Joe Biden's going to retire on Sunday afternoon. And then Monday morning she comes out with like the most buttoned up campaign rollout I've ever seen. And then, it's back down again. She had that convention bump is completely faded now. We have these migrant stories. I heard you talking about how the migrant story, the cat memes and stuff are going to land with moms. But
No. We both said they won't land.
Yeah, I know. I heard her say that it won't land, okay. But at the same time, like there is a part of his base that is invigorated by that. It's a little disheartening, I think, to think that all of the migrant crime, whether it's trafficking, whether it's the murders, the rapes, the awful, awful stuff, that the thing that's triggering people are pets being eaten. Maybe our society's a little disordered in their priorities, but I'm more worried about 2025 even than I am 2024. I think the outcome of this election is going to cause chaos in our country regardless of the result.
Yeah. Allie, the path to 270. What's the highlight for you?
Well, Glenn and I were talking about how depressing it is that apparently Texas is that close. I don't really believe that.
I don't believe that. Do you believe that?
They always want to make it a thing.
They do.
And then it never is.
I'm just not sure about that. Also, it's depressing that Georgia is considered a swing state. But I have a thought about what Steve Deace left us with, how the candidates are going to perform. And this also builds off what Liz was saying. Kamala Harris is not going to do badly. She's not going to do badly. She's going to be able to follow her notes. She was prepared. She was thoroughly prepped for this. She is going to do fine. And even when she fumbles and even when she babbles, because she might, the media already has every single plan in place to make her look amazing and to make her look excellent. So we cannot depend upon Kamala Harris doing badly. She's not. What we have to hope for is that Donald Trump doesn't do badly. That's all we have to hope for, that he does well or he does at least not bad. Then we can forget about this debate. They should never debate again. I don't think Donald Trump should be debating tonight, but I lost that battle. So let's just get past this. Let this be a non-event. And then, as Liz said, work off the lack of momentum that her campaign seems to have now.
Glenn?
I agree with Allie on almost everything she said. The thing you have to remember tonight, it's not one-on-one. It's 3-on-1.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And you couldn't have picked more distorted moderators than these. There is no chance that they press her for follow-up questions. I mean, if they If they ask follow-up questions that are hard, if they ask her real policy questions, I'll be shocked.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and get some comedic relief now. Let's go over to Dave Landau. He's the host of Normal World. And Dave,
Hello.
When you look at tonight,
Hi, I tried to dress up.
You did.
Yeah.
I just had a
Very
wild
sweet of
duck
you.
dinner. It was delicious.
with the Soviet star, and is that what you've labeled the debate, or is it a Clash T-shirt?
It's a Clash T-shirt, or I just want to get used to what the country's becoming.
Yeah.
So I've just decided to start dressing in the attire.
Right.
That's perfect. So with the attire squared away, what do you think that Donald Trump should actually try and do on stage tonight? What should his strategy be?
I think he needs to just call out why is democracy on, like the whole democracy is on the ballot thing. Because I can't figure out why Kamala says that. Because it's not like there's democracy on the ballot. She just got, she didn't get sworn in. It's like taking away your grandpa's keys and then giving them to your daughter that just mowed down 6 cones. I don't understand why she's there. I don't think it's legal. I don't even know. I'm not versed in that kind of law, but that's all I know is just start calling out everything that she's done and every stupid catchphrase that she has, and I think that he'll win.
Well, okay, so even if he does win, though, my question is, we know how the media reacts, right?
Yes.
Would they even give him any credit if he does win?
I think they won't. They'll immediately just go to like an airport and find an obese woman who's been wearing a mask since 2019 and ask her thoughts and then pretend that that's the feeling of the nation.
Right.
Oh, this is perfect. This is exactly what I needed at this moment.
I mean,
you
it
guys.
really is. I mean, that's what they're going to do is just rush out and go, this is what everybody thinks.
But part of the good thing, part of it, because there's so many zombies now in America, is that nobody really believes. I mean, if you lean at all towards Donald Trump, you do not believe the media. And if you're on the, if you're in a Democrat, not a leftist, but a Democrat, you just keep telling yourself, no, that's true. That's true. I can excuse that. At some point, all of that adds up.
Well, okay, so Dave, somebody that was a Democrat or was a Republican that's now leaning apparently to the Democratic side, Dick Cheney.
Yes.
That happened. That is real life. 2024. Dick Cheney, the former VP, has come out and endorsed the current VP, Kamala Harris. Were you surprised with this?
Yeah, I was shocked that with World War III looming, that a man who lives off the blood of the innocent would want an infinite supply. I mean, I was stunned that a warmonger would want to go with Kamala. Amazing news.
I got to tell you, this news, and they embraced it. They actually embraced it. They called him Darth Vader forever. They called him a killer, a criminal of war crimes. And they're like, well, we got Dick Cheney.
That's how crazy things have been.
They blamed 9/11 on him, which is tomorrow.
Right.
She said the word she used, remember, she said she was honored. What is it?
Honored.
Yes, honored.
Wow. Okay.
This is Kamala. I'm going to send your daughters to die in war in Ukraine.
But
Paris.
isn't it amazing how much both sides have changed?
Yeah.
I'm not the same man I was on September 11th, 2001. Not at all. And just to emphasize that, Dick Cheney is saying yes to a communist.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'm sure that Dave is going to find plenty of comedic moments in tonight's debate. There will be, it's going to be a gold mine for you. So we will be seeing you and checking in with you on the post-debate show. So don't go anywhere, Dave Landau. We are counting on you because we don't know what else we can count on right now.
Christmas.
Yes, that's it.
That's it. Okay, let's get back in though, because I wish that we could just be having fun right now, but you know, it's just Western civilization at stake right now, Glenn.
The biggest thing is, you know, look, just think of this. I've wanted an honest debate and an honest, we're going socialist communist. Okay, then let's talk about that with a capitalist, a real capitalist. We have that tonight. But they're not admitting that she's a communist. And on top of that, she's doing all the communistic things like censoring speech, putting the opponents in jail, and rigging the vote.
Well, not only that, they're not even not saying that she's communist, that she's far left. There was this report, I don't know if you guys talked about it, by Media Research Center that found that ABC, when they analyzed the coverage of Kamala Harris, 100% positive coverage of Kamala Harris versus 93% negative coverage of Donald Trump. And one thing that they found is that they never, at least recently, have used the word liberal to describe Kamala Harris. They won't say liberal. And you know, it's actually hard to find information on the fact that she was the furthest left senator when she was in the Senate, right alongside Bernie Sanders, okay? And they're trying to tell us that she is middle of the road, this patriotic American who just wants what's best for our country. And they've done that really seamlessly.
When was the last time any of you read 1984, the memory hole part? The memory hole was they're torturing you and showing you the actual truth. They're showing you the photographs of people that are, you know, that you believe this happened. This never happened. And then they throw it in the memory hole to be burned. That is exactly what they did. I've never seen anything like what happened that first week when she became the candidate.
Yeah, the woman who got, what was it, less than 3% in the Democratic primary in 2020 dropped out before Iowa. By the way, Bernie Sanders, who is also one of the furthest left senators, he actually admits he's a socialist. He's the only one that's saying, actually, she is this far left. She is radical. She's just being pragmatic, hiding her radical stances in order to get votes.
She's not being pragmatic. She's being a serial liar.
Yeah, it's deception.
So, Liz, what do you call it when they go in, raid Mar-a-Lago, they put Trump on trial, they then move his sentencing date back after the election? Because now I feel like they need to see how this is all going to play out.
Yeah, and this is actually a very interesting point. And I try to stay away from making predictions in this business because who can say? But about a month ago, I broke my own rule and made a prediction. This was right before Trump was convicted as a convicted felon. And I said he's absolutely going to be convicted. This is a rigged judge, a very biased judge, a rigged jury. And the reason that they're going to convict him is because they need to put him in jail at an indeterminate time. They're going to wait. It's not going to be before the election. They're going to move the sentencing date closer and closer to the election until they scooch it right past. Then they are going to do everything in their power to rig the election in 2024 the same way they did in 2020. And they'll be able to do that because Republicans have done some, but not nearly enough to protect against that kind of electioneering. When people start, if Trump wins, by the way, or if Kamala wins, they won't do anything. They won't put him in jail because they'll pretend. They'll pretend, oh, we don't want to put our political enemies in jail. But if he wins, then they will put him in jail because they know that that will start political violence.
They cannot allow him to take office. They have been planning this since the 1990s. The world, Klaus Schwab said this fall, this spring, trust the system.
Yeah.
You know, we've got
but
our
we still
biggest
need people to vote. We don't want to demoralize people too much.
No.
They have to vote.
If they come out, we should all be renting a bus and making sure that we get every single every church, every pastor should be saying every Sunday, these are the principles that Jesus taught. This is this person, this is the other person. You have to decide for yourself. But on election day, all of us are getting onto a bus and you're voting.
All right, to Allie's point, let's get some optimism in here, Glenn. Why are you still optimistic in a strange way?
I'm actually more optimistic than I think I've ever been. And that is because you have RFK, Elon Musk, Tulsi Gabbard, you have Barry Weiss, who else? There was another one just recently. You have all of these big names coming out, okay? Elon Musk is a Democrat.
Yeah, and Alan Dershowitz.
Alan Dershowitz, a Democrat. You have those names, that's not isolated. That is giving people permission who feel uncomfortable with what they're seeing to say quietly or in the booth, I'm not voting. I'm not voting for her.
I feel like, though, when Liz goes in and makes her case for what's happening with Donald Trump, it's almost like even if you get more and more Democrats, it's only going to get worse on this side.
Because it's the left.
Yes.
Yes.
And it's just going to make that smaller and smaller. You're going to feel squeezed at that point.
That's why the hope is that it will be a landslide. At any other time, it would be a landslide. The hope is that people are not saying, what they're really feeling because they don't want to be ostracized or targeted. But if there's real space between them, you don't have a leg to stand on. You don't.
Allie?
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, there's so much here and so much advice that I think we could give the Trump campaign for how they can change things up. But at this point, as Liz pointed out earlier, I do think that the Harris campaign is losing some momentum. But tonight could be a game changer for her. Steve pointed out that a lot of Americans actually don't know her. Media has done their darndest to make her seem very likable, very relatable. I don't think that she is that, even just personally. And obviously, policy-wise, we know that she's very rabid and bloodthirsty. The best thing that the Trump campaign can do is show that, is show how bloodthirsty she is and not let her off the hook when it comes to that. My advice to Trump, too, because they're going to try to hang him on the abortion issue, do not get into a debate about weeks. Don't get into specifics.
He's going to.
You pivot. Don't do it. Say, you know what? I'm on the side of life. I'm proud to be on the side of life. I am here to make America healthy again, to make America prosperous again. And I want to make America the best place in the world for moms and dads and their babies. Pivot. That's like PR 101. Do not get into a debate about legislation, about specifics. If Kamala Harris shares her sob story about how she made a particular choice, you pivot and you focus on what you're going to do to make America safer and healthier.
Has she had an abortion?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I could see them pulling. I could see them pulling something like that out of the hat, or maybe not her story, maybe someone's story to try to pull at those heartstrings. Yeah. Focus on policy.
Liz, what do you think the biggest thing is going to be tonight for Kamala Harris?
Her strategy is going to be to try to act like a prosecutor, to ask Trump a bunch of questions, to rattle him, to try to get an emotional response. She's going to try to be the girl boss like she was with Mike Pence in that vice presidential debate. Yeah. Excuse me, Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking. Yeah. She's going to do that. But if Trump can stay calm and just ask questions in response, when she says, for example, I'm going to be tough on the border. She ran an ad, by the way, claiming that she was going to be tough on the border.
With his border wall.
Right. And he should just say, what does that mean? Because you've been in the White House with Biden for the last 4 years, and 8.5 million illegal aliens have crossed our border.
Well, that's all Lincoln Riley's pick.
All this crime has happened all over the country. He should just stick to those facts, because on every policy, this is why I think this debate is his to lose, because on every policy, he is on the side of the American people. He is a outright winner. He doesn't have to convince America to agree with him. He's not making a persuasive case. He is already on the side of the majority of people. He just needs to let them know by not getting into the weeds.
Yeah, don't be unlikable. That's all he needs to do. Don't be unlikable. You don't have to change who you are. Don't be unlikable. Don't try to do what you did to Joe Biden in 2020. That was the fateful debate where he tried to look strong and he looked like a bully.
Do the first part of last time's debate.
Yes,
the first hour was perfect.
Totally agree.
You think he can do that?
Yeah, I do.
He can.
I've been with the president a few times here recently. He's changed since that bullet struck him. He's more controlled. He's calmer. I just heard a speech that he gave. I was sitting in a speech. There was a small group, and he was just calm and even almost kind about Kamala. I disagree with her entirely. She would be horrible, but didn't go after her personally. And I'm like, if America could see that Donald Trump, we'd be.
By the way, this is also something that I advise Trump to do is to talk about that day. The first hour of his acceptance speech at the RNC was some of the most moving, the most moving speech I've ever seen him give, because he was touched, he was visibly shaken, he was authentic, he was sharing just the story of what it was like to live that. And if Kamala Harris accuses him of being divisive, of being a bigot, of spreading hate, and all of these things that they've been falsely accusing him of for almost a decade now, he can just start talking about that story and say the reason this happened, and it's unacceptable that this happened to anyone. The reason that this happened is because you have been hurling these horrible ad hominems at me and my party to the point that people actually believed you. You don't even believe that standing up here, but other people who don't have a grip on reality believed you, and it spawned political violence.
It's September 10th right now, Allie, and it was July 13th. It hasn't even been 2 full months yet, and they're trying to memory hole it and say, "Oh, what happened? He got shot?"
Rosie O'Donnell actually said it wasn't even a bullet.
A lot of people are saying that. A lot on the left are trying to get away with that right now.
Conspiracy theory. I am much more apt to believe that Haitian migrants are eating wild duck than I am to believe that it was something other than a bullet that hit Donald Trump. That's a wild conspiracy theory. I agree with Liz. He should bring this up. I think that a great time to bring this up. They're going to bring up the Georgia story, the horrible tragedy of the school shooting, and they're going to pin him on that. And they're going to say, what are you going to do? I think that he could use his story. Look, he knows, he could say, I know better than most people the danger of a gun. My ear was just grazed by a bullet. A man lost his life protecting his family at my rally. I know the power that guns have. And then he could talk about the importance of the Second Amendment and self-defense and real solutions, security solutions, and bring up the fact that the only so-called solution that Kamala Harris has brought up is gun confiscation, which is not a real solution. And that means you don't really want these shootings to end.
Something that every politician has denied vehemently. She's on tape talking about confiscating all the guns.
Let's go. You know where they know Trump derangement syndrome the best is in Washington, D.C. So let's bring in Chris Bedford. He's Blaze News senior politics editor and D.C. correspondent. And Chris, I want to just kind of go over how we got to this debate arrangement. The left-wing hosts are out there. David Muir and Lindsay Davis are going to be the anchors that take us through this debate. So how did Donald Trump get here on this debate with ABC, and how can he use this to his benefit?
Well, it's part of the deal that he originally made. And the reason he made that original deal with President Joe Biden, who apparently allegedly is still president somewhere of these United States, was because he was just so eager to get holds with Joe Biden, to be able to actually debate the president. Now, Joe Biden was someone who was historically actually a pretty good debater. He could kind of bob and weave and rope-a-dope sort of thing. He had a folksy style. He could come back hard. He could hit you with policy. And Trump was pretty confident from watching him over the last 3.5 years that this Joe Biden no longer existed. So he agreed, fine, we're not going to do it on the Blaze. We're not going to do it elsewhere. We'll do it in your home turf. We'll do it with CNN, and then we'll do it here. And then when Joe Biden was deposed, because literally for the first time I think I've ever seen, was an actual knockout in the presidential debate. He was actually defeated, gone, move on to the next boss. Now he's facing Kamala Harris, who I know that there's some trepidation in this crowd over whether or not he should have agreed to debate Kamala, but keep in mind, she hasn't debated in years. I see them talking on CNN. Well, I wonder how her debate game has changed. It hasn't. She hasn't done it. Your debate game doesn't change without experience. Donald Trump is someone who has basically remade debating. He's changed the game. He's added a whole new angle to it. He's the kind of politician in the way that you saw like a Teddy Roosevelt character or a Ronald Reagan character, where there's one individual and there's the way politics were before them and then the way it is after them, but there's not a recreation. So I think he's still willing to walk into this lion's den. And at the end of the day, it's actually helpful. Newt Gingrich taught this to us, to have left-wing hosts, to have people who you can point to their coverage. You can point to their donations. You can look at the producers, look at their fans, to play the way Trump played against the audience when he was debating Jeb back in the day, saying, these people booing me, by the way, they're all the big money donors. They don't want me around. that could work out in his advantage if he keeps the discipline, which I think Glenn is right on. He is a changed person and could well do.
I want to ask you your opinion on this. Kamala Harris hasn't even met President Trump. So she hadn't been in the same room with him. He is an imposing figure. He's taller than I am. I'm 6'2", and he's taller than I am.
And she's tiny.
And
she's like 5'2".
Right. And you're going up against a guy you have called a demon forever. You know that he's better at you than at debates. I'm wondering how much of that will just play a mind game with her. I'm hoping a lot.
It's got to be in her head.
Yeah.
I agree with you, Glenn. It's got to be in her head, and that's why you see her taking weeks of debate prep. Now, we've seen this leaked to the press now repeatedly. Who's helping her with the debate prep? Who's playing who's doing what? How many hours she's spending? How she's cleared her schedule? You've heard very little about the Republican side. It's actually kind of strange how Democrats just broadcast their strategies, broadcast how worried they are, broadcast how much they're preparing. And it also sets her up in a little bit of a way, because when Joe Biden was gone at Camp David, just hunkering down, and his staff tried to blame jet lag for his lack of performance, it just didn't fly with anyone. Now, Kamala Harris is going to be imposing. Of course, Donald Trump used that in some degree to his advantage when debating Hillary Clinton, but at the same time, it could backfire. So I think he's probably going to want to stay behind his podium, not play into the characteristic of him as a bully, and hit her on the policy points, of which, as you talked about, there are many, many policy points.
Chris Bedford, he is the best in the business, and you can get the Beltway Brief by Blaze Media 3 times a week in your inbox. All you have to do is go to theblaze.com/Bedford. Thanks so much, Chris.
We're watching.
Guys, we have about 5 minutes left. I want to get everybody's final thoughts as we head in to what is going to be, it is an unpredictable night, but what do you think is still going to happen?
I'm sorry, I lost because I was thinking something. I think the most important thing this audience can do right now, would you lead us in a quick prayer, Allie?
Me? Wow.
I mean,
of course.
Yeah.
Sure, I can do that. Dear Lord, thank you so much for the freedom that we still have to speak about these things. Thank you so much for this country. We know that you don't do anything accidentally or arbitrarily, but each of us were placed in this time and at this spot on earth providentially and purposely. That's true for our children and for our children's children. And we know that in the end, you win. And we have hope in that, but we are here in the here and the now. And one way that we can love the people around us is by engaging in politics, because politics affects policy. Policy affects people, and people matter to you, and they matter to us. And I just pray, Lord, that you would be with us and that you would give grace to your people, Lord, that you would give us strength, that you would give us discernment and boldness and wisdom, and most of all, courage in this age of cowardice and confusion. Thank you so much for sending your son to die for us and to reconcile us to you, a holy God. And may you be glorified. In Christ's name I pray. Amen.
I'd like to add one more thing, Lord, if you're still listening. Please be with Donald Trump. Shut his mouth when he shouldn't be saying things, and give him the presence of mind to be in the moment and to feel the people in America that are struggling. In Christ's name. Amen.
Amen. Amen. I mean, they're turning the mic off, but a little help, a little prayer is going to be much more powerful than anything that they can do.
What's really heartening to me is none of this has come as a surprise to the Lord. And if you don't believe that was divine providence when he was shot, I don't know how you explain it. And he has preserved Donald Trump for something. What it is, I don't know. But he would not waste his effort if it was going to be a toss-up. He just wouldn't do it.
And I think we want to see that change that you were talking about. We want to see that tonight. Not that he can't be strong, but we want to see the person of Trump. I know he's got to appeal to a lot of different people, but he's got the male vote. I'm not worried about that. There's still some women who I think are watching this wondering what kind of person he is. One thing that he can say over and over again that Kamala Harris just can't, it's just a fact. He can say my children and grandchildren. I think he should rely on that as much as possible. He's got a stake in the future that is I think, really important and relatable. I want to see that side of Trump, even as he remains strong on the policy.
That was one of the best moments at the RNC when his granddaughter Kai came on stage.
Totally.
She humanized him.
Yes, it was beautiful. I mean, when his little granddaughter, I think it was Laura, his little girl, sat on his lap when he was up in his booth and he was interacting with her because he was just grandpa then.
Yeah.
That was incredibly humanizing.
When I was really very anti-Trump at first, because I didn't believe he'd do any of these things.
Yeah.
I thought he was a liberal his whole life. Why would he change? But he did. But the one thing I could never say, and it bothered me, his children, you can tell, love him.
Yeah, totally.
And no child loves a monster.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? And it's genuine.
And you can't fake it. You cannot fake that.
No, I think the difference is he did have instability in his past, and that's often what's criticized, but what's overlooked is the stability that he has in the present. And his family life is stable in the present.
And the stability he has with his children.
And grandchildren.
If he has all of that instability with relationships, he still has his children. That's darn near impossible to maintain, and is impossible if you're half of what everybody says he is.
Yeah, and that's one of the things, Glenn, that I have always heard from you when you talk about Donald Trump is just if you want to see how good of a person he is, look at the way that the kids have reacted with all the money and everything that they could have done.
Look at Walls. How did Walls react with his kid?
Yeah. All right. Well, don't go anywhere, you guys, because starting right now is the live ABC News presidential debate simulcast. And make sure that you stay with us after the debate for our post-show coverage and the initial reactions from your hosts like Glenn Beck, Liz Wheeler, Sara Gonzales, Steve Deace, Allie Beth Stuckey, and more. I'm Jill Savage, and enjoy the chaos.
High-stakes showdown here in Philadelphia between Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump. Their first face-to-face meeting in this presidential election, their first face-to-face meeting ever.
A historic race for president upended just weeks ago. President Biden withdrawing after his last debate. Donald Trump now up against a new opponent.
The candidates separated by the smallest of margins, essentially tied in the polls nationally and in the key battlegrounds, including right here in Pennsylvania, all still very much in play. The ABC News presidential debate starts right now.
This is an ABC News special, the most consequential moment of this campaign. Kamala Harris.
Together, we will chart a new way forward.
Donald Trump.
We will soon be a great nation again.
Face to face, historic. The ABC News presidential debate. Here now, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Good evening, I'm David Muir, and thank you for joining us for tonight's ABC News presidential debate. We want to welcome viewers watching on ABC and around the world tonight. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump are just moments away from taking the stage in this unprecedented race for president.
And I'm Lindsay Davis. Tonight's meeting could be the most consequential event of their campaigns, with Election Day now less than 2 months away. For Vice President Kamala Harris, this is her first debate since President Biden withdrew from the race on July 21st. Of course, that decision followed his debate against President Donald Trump in June. Since then, this race has taken on an entirely new dynamic.
And that brings us to the rules of tonight's debate. 90 minutes with 2 commercial breaks. No topics or questions have been shared with the campaigns. The candidates will have 2 minutes to answer questions, and this is the clock. That's what they'll be seeing. 2 minutes for rebuttals and 1 minute for follow-ups, clarifications, or responses. Their microphones will only be turned on when it's their turn to speak. No pre-written notes allowed. There is no audience here tonight in this hall at the National Constitution Center. This is an intimate setting for 2 candidates who have never met.
President Trump won the coin toss. He chose to deliver the final closing statement of the evening. Vice President Harris selected the podium to the right.
So let's now welcome the candidates to the stage. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump.
Kamala Harris. Let's have a good debate.
Nice to see you. Have fun.
Thank you.
Welcome to you both. It's wonderful to have you. It's an honor to have you both here tonight.
Good evening. We are looking forward to a spirited and thoughtful debate.
So let's get started. I want to begin tonight with the issue that voters repeatedly say is their #1 issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid, and I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing, and the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My passion, one of them, is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses. My plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction to startup small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump's sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year, because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that. We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because there was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics, and also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that she and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of lies, grievances, and name-calling. What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again. I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us. And I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump will give you a minute here to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas, I guess some good, some bad, but it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic, and the pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died, has there been anything like it. We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounce back, and it bounced back and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond.
So Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy, and the best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession. You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
That's just a soundbite. They gave her that to say. Look, I went to the Wharton School of Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. And just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice President brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this, because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have and who's going to have higher prices is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country, because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response, and you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is, under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out, when a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing, focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having, on the short end of the stick, in terms of workers' rights. But what Donald Trump did, let's talk about this, with COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. "Thank you, President Xi," exclamation point, when we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Trump, I'll let you respond.
First of all, they bought their chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy. But if she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our country, and when you look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
President Trump, thank you. Lindsay?
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you've often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade. Last year, you said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, "I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks." But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, who's doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years. They've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions. Very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, Every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. Now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your response to President Trump.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually a surprising fact. Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime of violation to their body does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. They don't want that. And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion, a monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people believe that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made by the government.
Thank you, Vice President Harris.
Well, there she goes again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban, because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states. And the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart, and they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter, because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it came to your desk?
Well, I won't have to, because, again, 2 things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50 and essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of? When they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then her, I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look, her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. And he went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about this whole idea, and how unfair that would have been. Part of the reason they lost to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free, but they were saying it's the same way that they talked about that they talk about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that you would veto it if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. In all fairness, J.D., and I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted young people and a lot of other people that had loans. They can never get this approved. So it doesn't matter what she says about going to Congress. Well, wonderful. Let's go to Congress, do it. But the fact is that for years they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government. And we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
Vice President Harris, I want to give you your time to respond. But I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion bans. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments. What is happening in our country? Working people, working women who are working 1 or 2 jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane sitting next to strangers to go and get the health care she needs. Barely can afford to do it, and what you are putting her through is unconscionable. And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body. And that is why in every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President Harris,
excuse me, I have to respond. Another lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing, you should ask, will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
Come on.
Okay, would you do that? Why don't you ask her that question?
Why don't you answer the question? Would you
because
veto?
Under Roe v. Wade,
answer the question, would you veto?
You could do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th
That's
month,
not true.
and probably after birth. Just look at the governor, former governor of Virginia. The governor of Virginia said we put the baby aside and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
President Trump, thank you.
We're going to turn now to immigration and border security. We know it's an issue that's important to Republicans, Democrats, voters across the board in this country. Vice President Harris, you were tasked by President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America. We know that illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. And let me say that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress, and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand, this comes at a time where the people of our country actually need a leader who engages in solutions, who actually addresses the problems at hand. But what we have in the former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first, and I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so, that would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border?
First, let me respond as to the
Please.
rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there, and then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again. She's destroying this country, and if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, we'll end up being Venezuela on steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well, I've seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is the
people on television say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
but
television.
The people
I'm
on
taking it from
television
the city
saying
manager.
their dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice President Harris,
out.
I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
You talk about extreme. This is, I think, one of the reasons why in this election, I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formerly worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain, including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congress member Liz Cheney. And if you want to really know the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a 4-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the republic, would never survive another Trump term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump, I'll give you a quick minute to respond here.
Thank you, because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people. Not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people whose were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper. He was no good. I fired him. So he writes a book. Another one writes a book. Because with me, they can write books. With nobody else can they. But They have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more votes than any president, sitting president in history by far.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier, so let's get back to your deportation proposal that the vice president has reacted to as well. President Trump, you call this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S. military.
Police, yes.
You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah, it is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country. And they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow. And I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in. And all over the world, crime is down. All over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof. Despite their fraudulent statements that they made, crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But Vice President Harris,
the FBI they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime. It was a fraud. Just like their number of 818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President Harris.
Well, I think this is so rich. Coming from someone who has been prosecuted for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal sentencing. And let's be clear where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries. But frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent. And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York, every one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case? They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election. They're
President Trump,
fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand, this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies. Someone who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people
Vice
to
President
stop
Harris,
him.
Thank you. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president.
This is the one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy with a fake Russia investigation
We do have a lot
that went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking. Now you don't. You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
So my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States. And in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking. My position is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes, increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on long-standing work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating people down and name-calling. The true measure of the leader is the leader who actually understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up. I intend to be that president.
President Trump, your response?
First of all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised. So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm talking now, if you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar? She went out in Minnesota and wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish, one thing so important in my opinion. So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead, fossil fuel will be dead, we'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out of it. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar, but they take 400, 500 acres of desert
President
soil.
Trump, we have a
These
lot
are
of
not good
issues
things
that we
for the
have to get
environment
to.
that
We're
she
out of time.
understands.
Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days. And I want to talk about the peaceful transfer of power, which, of course, we all know is a cornerstone of our democracy, and the role of a president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office. You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot her. It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I ask, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour in? She was the border czar, remember that. She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, oh, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet. That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people? When are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America? They're coming in from all over the world, David, all over the world. And crime rates are down all over the world because of it.
But let me just
when
ask
are those, David, when are those people going to be prosecuted? When are the people that burned down Minneapolis going to be prosecuted? Or in Seattle? They went into Seattle. They took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle. When are those people going to be prosecuted?
But let me just ask you.
You might ask her that question.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes or no?
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi, but I do want Vice President Harris to respond here.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the President of the United States incited a violent mob to attack our nation's capital, to desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. And understand, The former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side. Let's remember that when it came to the Proud Boys, a militia, the president said, the former president said, stand back and stand by. So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was, I say, we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page. And if that was a bridge too far for you, well, there is a place in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos, and to end the approach that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you don't like the outcome. And be clear on that point. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking. Let's turn the page on this. Let's not go back. Let's chart a course for the future and not go backwards to the past.
Let me just follow up here.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That was where bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, Jesse, all of these people, they covered it. If they go an extra sentence, they will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this. You talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern border? How come she's not doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it. I would say we would both leave this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border because they have the right to do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The President of the United States, you'll get him out of bed. You'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Right. You'll say, come on down to the office. Let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed.
Mr.
Those
President,
people are killing many people, unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on this next issue to both of you because it really brings us this into focus, truth in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
I said that?
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I said that sarcastically. You know that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the most votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about it. An election is fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls, and we have to have it. We have to have borders, and we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm, lost by a whisker. We didn't quite make it. And we should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases in front of many judges, many of them Republican.
No judge looked at it.
And said there was no widespread fraud. They said we didn't have standing.
That's the other thing. They said we didn't have standing, a technicality. Can you imagine a system where a person in an election doesn't have standing? The President of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you'll do a special on it, I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have so many facts and statistics, but you know what? That doesn't matter, because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news. And the problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by a whisker. So he still believes he did not lose the election that was won by President Biden and yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that. But we cannot afford to have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that I have traveled the world as Vice President of the United States, and world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did, in fact, lose that election, it leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just tell you about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him a strong man. He's a tough person, smart, Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago, it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that. But he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look, Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president, but when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes, and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. But he got 14 million votes. They threw him out. She got 0 votes. And when she ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running. I don't understand it, but I'm okay with it because
your time is
I think we're going to do very well.
We've got a lot more to get to.
Turning now to the Israel-Hamas war and the hostages who are still being held, Americans among them. Vice President Harris, in December, you said, quote, Israel has a right to defend itself, but you added, quote, it matters how, saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. You said that 9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100 hostages remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate. How would you do it?
Well, let's understand how we got here. On October 7, Hamas, a terrorist organization, slaughtered 1,200 Israelis. Many of them young people who were simply attending a concert. Women were horribly raped. And so absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters. Because it is also true, far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. Children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately, and the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock, also understanding that we must chart a course for a two-state solution. And in that solution, there must be security for the Israeli people and Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians have security, self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly deserve.
President Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up, far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. She hates Israel. If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel. Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different spheres of terror. And they are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation. And now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Vice President Harris, he says you hate Israel.
That's absolutely not true. I have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people. He knows that. He's trying to, again, divide and distract from the reality, which is it is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un. And it is absolutely well known that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear. They can manipulate you with flattery and favors. And that is why so many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace. That is why we understand that we have to have a president who is not consistently weak and wrong on
Vice
national
President
security,
Harris.
including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
They're the ones, and she's the one that caused it, that's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her last week, said, I hope she wins. And I think he meant it. because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approve the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe? Because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way,
President
gets paid
Trump,
a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be right back with much more of this historic ABC News presidential debate from the National Constitution Center right here in Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
The ABC News presidential debate will continue after this.
The Paycheck Protection Program, $800 billion. PPP.
PPP. Fraudulent PPP loans is going to lead you to PPP prison.
It was free money.
The Paycheck Protection Program, also called PPP, was supposed to keep you employed during COVID. But what happened?
The government's just handing out money.
How much you get the PPP loan for?
They gave me $3 million.
Do y'all know they did PPP fraud?
Everybody in Ohio.
1.2, 3.9, 4.4 million.
If you have a business, DoorDash, if you do Instacart.
Why didn't I get in on the action?
The biggest fraud in government history.
If I snitch on somebody, is it true that I would get a cut of that settlement?
We don't like to use the word snitch.
It's Lamborghini time. Hundreds of billions of dollars went to jewelry, exotic cars, first-class tickets, fancy restaurants. 200 billion of it was fraudulent. It's time to take the blimp all over the country to get our money back. People saying that they had a farm on the beach. Question, are there any cattle farms around here? You've never heard of any cattle business around here? New Jersey, baby!
I'm gonna show you how easy it is to make $25K while you're laying in bed.
Did y'all get a PPP loan? Miami! Miami!
It is the epicenter of fraud.
Applicant is not engaged in any illegal activity. I am.
Is Congressman Ocasio-Cortez in there? I wanted to apologize. I hate doing the work of law enforcement.
They ain't caught me yet, dog.
No, tell him!
I was like, oh, that's Trump. So I let it go to voicemail.
Oh, wait.
Yeah.
That's available now on Blaze TV, blazetv.com/debate. The promo code is debate. You can save $40 off your subscription. We're in a commercial break right now, waiting for everything to come back online for the debate between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Been a lively one so far, to say the least. Kamala seems intent to try to bait Trump into being defensive. At some level, that's probably worked. Trump has called her out successfully many times on problems that she's had as well. It's been a very interesting one so far. I will say there's going to be a lot to talk about after this. You can see the kind of canned lines that Kamala has planned, that she was ready to roll out. You can kind of feel her do them. She's definitely been practicing this little fakey smile thing when she's on the double box. This is what she does. She's very, very prepared when it comes to these things. Donald Trump, I think, can take advantage of her by pushing her into these uncomfortable positions, pushing her off of her spot, off of her mark, and trying to make her get into this conversation that she doesn't want to have. I mean, there's a great example of these moderators that have been so kind to Kamala Harris. I mean, really acting as if they are on site to try to make her win. I honestly don't think I've ever seen a worse job by two journalists than I did in that first break. They were absolutely terrible. At one point, Kamala Harris said she was going to answer multiple policies that she had flip-flopped on. Instead of making her do that, they let her. She started one answer and then just moved off of it. I think Trump can be a little bit more aggressive in trying to push that back and saying, "Wait a minute, she was supposed to answer 3 different policies. She didn't even answer one of them." Trying to get it back, put the spotlight back on her and let her go. He's been good in his own defense, I think. He's been aggressive in his own defense, and that's, of course, a necessary part of any debate. But it is one of those things that she will be happy with him talking. Anytime Donald Trump is talking, she believes she's winning because it means people aren't hearing from her. And, of course, that is her entire campaign strategy. We've watched it for months and months and months and months. The less you hear of Kamala Harris, the more people like Kamala Harris. That is what everyone knows. And she is, while it's got to be hard to know that about yourself, she is aware of it. She's one of the few people on earth that can detect that in herself. She knows that when people hear from her, they don't like her. So she's doing everything she can to not say anything. And this is a tactic, and it's one that hopefully in this break, Donald Trump can kind of reset and recognize. But he's been strong in his own defense, pushing back against a lot of lies. She's been lying like crazy. The moderators are fact-checking Trump on claims, some of which were absolutely true. And Kamala Harris is free to lie at will. She's able to just say whatever she wants, and they never bring up anything to push back on her when she's blatantly lying. It is kind of a somewhat disgusting display, but we're about to see more of it right here, I think, from ABC News. Let's join back to the debate.
And Lindsay Davis.
Welcome back to this historic ABC News presidential debate tonight. We're going to continue here, and I want to turn to the war in Ukraine. We're now 2.5 years into this conflict. Mr. President, it has been the position of the Biden administration that we must defend Ukraine from Russia, from Vladimir Putin, to defend their sovereignty, their democracy, that it's in America's best interest to do so, arguing that if Putin wins, he may be emboldened to move even further into other countries. You have said you would solve this war in 24 hours. You said so just before the break tonight. How exactly would you do that? And I want to ask you a very simple question tonight. Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
I want the war to stop. I want to save lives that are being uselessly, people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting, which are fake numbers. Look, we're in for 250 billion or more because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are. They're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people. But you take a look at what's happening. We're in for 250 to 275 billion. They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what reason? He hasn't even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin, hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect, and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left, I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't, because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if he's... Where is our president? We don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify
they
here...
They threw him out of a campaign like a dog. We don't even know. Is he our president? But we have a president,
Mr. President,
that doesn't know he's alive.
Your time is up. Just to clarify in the question, do you believe it's in the U.S. best interests for Ukraine to win this war, yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and just get it done.
All right.
Negotiate a deal, because we have to stop all of these human lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President Harris. I want to get your thoughts on support for Ukraine in this moment, but also, as Commander-in-Chief, if elected, how would you deal with Vladimir Putin, and would it be any different from what we're seeing from President Biden?
Well, first of all, it's important to remind the former president you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me. I believe the reason that Donald Trump says that this war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here. I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded, tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania. And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support, because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. And understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine. Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer president, and that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch.
Vice President Harris, thank you. We've heard from both of you on Ukraine tonight. Afghanistan came up in the last hour. I wanted her to respond to something you said earlier, and please, I'll give you a minute here.
Putin would be sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 men and women, but he would have been sitting in Moscow. Quiet, please. He would have been sitting in Moscow, much happier than he is right now. But eventually, you know, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons. They don't ever talk about that. He's got nuclear weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that. And eventually, maybe he'll use them, and maybe he hasn't been that threatening. But he does have that, something we don't even like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about it. But just so you understand, they sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war because everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have never started. She was the emissary. They sent her in to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin, and she did. And the war started 3 days later. And that's the kind of talent we have with her. She's worse than Biden. In my opinion, I think he's the worst president in the history of our country. She goes down as the worst vice president in the history of our country. But let me tell you something. She is a horrible negotiator. They sent her in to negotiate. As soon as they left, Putin did the invasion.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up something. You said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said it at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fellow. And that is another one. When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times. The reality is it has been about standing as America always should, as a leader upholding international rules and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances we have around the world are dependent on our ability to look out for our friends and not favor our enemies because you adore strong men instead of caring about democracy. And that is very much what is at stake here. The President of the United States is commander-in-chief. And the American people have a right to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
We've talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin. I do want to talk about Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of this debate. I want to move on to Afghanistan.
Stoltenberg said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries, the 28 countries at the time, to pay up. He said, I've never seen. He's the head of NATO. He said, I've never seen. For years, we were paying almost all of NATO. We were being ripped off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO. I got them to pay up by saying one of the statements you made before, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you.
President
Otherwise,
Trump.
we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
Thank you. I want to turn to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate, and we witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President, do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. But let's understand how we got to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this, and the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy, where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And this former president, as president, invited them to Camp David because he does not, again, appreciate the role and responsibility of the President of the United States to be commander-in-chief with a level of respect. And this gets back to the point of how he has consistently disparaged and demeaned members of our military, fallen soldiers, and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to her saying that you began the negotiations with the Taliban.
So if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And Abdul is the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for 18 months, we had nobody killed. We did have an agreement negotiated by Mike Pompeo. It was a very good agreement. The reason it was good, we were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind, and we wouldn't have left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish, they blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, and they didn't do it. They didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I want to move on.
And these people did the worst withdrawal, and in my opinion, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And by the way, that's why Russia attacked Ukraine, because they saw how incompetent she and her boss are.
President Trump, thank you. I want to move on now to race and politics in this country. Mr. President, you recently said of Vice President Harris, quote, I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. I want to ask a bigger picture question here tonight. Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care. I don't care what she is. I don't care. You make a big deal out of something. I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
But those were your words, so I'm asking.
I don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her. That's up to her.
Vice President Harris, your thoughts on this?
I think honestly, I think it's a tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently, over the course of his career, attempted to use race to divide the American people. I do believe that the vast majority of us know that we have so much more in common than what separates us, and we don't want this kind of approach that is just constantly trying to divide us, and especially by race. And let's remember how Donald Trump started. He was a land. He owned buildings, and he was investigated because he refused to rent property to black families. Let's remember, this is the same individual who took out a full-page ad in the New York Times calling for the execution of 5 young black and Latino boys who were innocent, the Central Park 5. Took out a full-page ad calling for their execution. This is the same individual who spread birther lies about the first black president of the United States. And I think the American people want better than that, want better than this, want someone who understands, as I do, I travel our country. We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other. I meet with people all the time who tell me, can we please just have discourse about how we're going to invest in the aspirations and the ambitions and the dreams of the American people? Knowing that regardless of people's color or the language their grandmother speaks, we all have the same dreams and aspirations and want a president who invests in those, not in hate and division.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
President Trump, this is now your 3rd time.
This is the most divisive presidency in the history of our country. There's never been anything like it. They're destroying our country, and they come up with things like what she just said. Going back many, many years, when a lot of people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park 5, they admitted, they said, they pled guilty. And I said, well, if they pled guilty, they badly hurt a person, killed a person ultimately. And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the history of the world, and I'm going to build it again. It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger. But they're destroying our economy. They have no idea what a good economy is. Their oil policies, every single policy. And remember this, she is Biden. You know, she's trying to get away from Biden. I don't know the gentleman, she says. She is Biden. The worst inflation we've ever had, a horrible economy because inflation has made it so bad, and she can't get away with that.
Thank you. Your time is up,
I
Lindsay.
want to respond to that, though. I want to just respond briefly. Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country, one who believes in what is possible, one who brings a sense of optimism about what we can do instead of always disparaging the American people. I believe in what we can do to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans and let's compare the plans. I have a plan to give startup businesses $50,000 tax deduction, to pursue their ambitions, their innovation, their ideas, their hard work. I have a plan, $6,000 for young families for the first year of your child's life, to help you in that most critical stage of your child's development. I have a plan that is about allowing people to be able to pursue what has been fleeting in terms of the American dream by offering a help with down payment of $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. That's the kind of conversation, I believe, David, that people really want tonight, as opposed to a conversation that is constantly about belittling and name-calling. Let's turn the page
Vice President
and move
Harris,
forward.
thank you. Let's turn to policy.
President
Let's
Trump,
turn back
we
to
have
policy.
to move on. President Trump.
Let's turn to policy,
She
please.
has a plan to defund the police. She has a plan to confiscate everybody's gun.
President Trump,
she
we
has
do
a
have to
plan
move
to
on to
not
other
allow
issues.
fracking in Pennsylvania or anywhere else.
Okay. Thank you,
That's
Mr.
what her
President.
plan is until just recently.
I just need
Lindsay,
to
go ahead.
respond
President
because
Trump,
the
President
former
Trump.
president has said
No, I'm
something
sorry.
twice that I need to respond
No,
to.
I'm sorry. We're going to move on, Vice President Harris. President Trump, this is now your third time running for president. You have long vowed to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. You have failed to accomplish that. You now say you're going to keep Obamacare, quote, unless we can do something much better. Correct. Last month, you said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care, always was. It's not very good today. And what I said, that if we come up with something, and we are working on things, we're going to do it, and we're going to replace it. But remember this. I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up. They wouldn't vote for it. I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, never going to be great, or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration. We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones, too, and so do they. They have really bad ones. The difference is they don't get rid of them. But let me just explain. I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing. But it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better health care than Obamacare, then I would absolutely do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan?
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now. But if we come up with something, I would only change it if we come up with something that's better and less expensive. And there are concepts and options we have to do that. And you'll be hearing about it in the not-too-distant future.
Vice President Harris, in 2017, you supported Bernie Sanders' proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run health care system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as vice president, private health care options. But what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. But I'll get to that, Lindsay. I just need to respond to a previous point that the former president has made. I've made very clear my position on fracking. And then this business about taking everyone's guns away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. So stop with the continuous lying about this stuff. As it relates to the Affordable Care Act, understand, just look at the history to know where people stand. When Donald Trump was president, 60 times he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. 60 times. I was a senator at the time when I will never forget the early morning hours when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate. And the late, great John McCain, who you have disparaged as being, you don't like him, you said, at the time because he got caught. He was an American hero. The late, great John McCain, I will never forget that night, walked onto the Senate floor and said, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't get rid of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan. And what the Affordable Care Act has done is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell the people watching tonight, you remember what that was like? Remember when an insurance company could deny if a child had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a grandparent had diabetes? And thankfully, as I've been vice president and we, over the last 4 years, have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed for the first time Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people, understanding that the value I bring to this is that access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And the plan has to be to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, not get rid of it.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
In terms of where Donald Trump stands on that.
I want to move to an issue that's important for a lot of...
She made a mistake. Number one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years. But it wasn't only him. It were all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? We can do much better than Obamacare, much less money. But she won't improve private insurance for people, private medical insurance. That's another thing she doesn't want to get. People are paying privately for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where you wait 6 months for an operation that you need immediately.
President Trump, thank you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to that's important for a number of Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President Trump, with regard to the environment, you say that we have to have clean air and clean water. Vice President Harris, you call climate change an existential threat. The question to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Well, the former president had said that climate change is a hoax. And what we know is that it is very real. You ask anyone who lives in a state who has experienced these extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up. You ask anybody who has been the victim of what that means in terms of losing their home, having nowhere to go. We know that we can actually deal with this issue. The young people of America care deeply about this issue. And I am proud that as vice president over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy, while we have also increased domestic gas production to historic levels. We have created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been vice president. We have invested in clean energy to the point that we are opening up factories around the world. Donald Trump said he was going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs. And I'm also proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain, who also know that part of building a clean energy economy includes investing in American-made products, American automobiles. It includes growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
That didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. It's going, they're all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China. They're building these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable. But we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place. What they've done to business and manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have nothing because they refuse. You know, Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it. Between him and his son, they get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries. And then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China? Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates. An historic night, this ABC News presidential debate from Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
All right. Well, that was interesting. We're in the middle of the debate, and it has been a fascinating journey so far. We're getting our panel ready here. Let me bring everybody in. We only have a couple minutes here in this commercial break, but we have Glenn Beck, Sara Gonzales, Liz Wheeler, Steve Deace, all hanging out here. And we're going to have a big post show coming up to go through everything.
You want to stay tuned for this, because honestly, I'm just looking at everybody in the room, and we've been all watching it pretty quietly. I have no idea what anybody's going to say, and I cannot wait, especially Steve. I cannot wait to hear what you're going to say.
It's going great.
Yeah.
It's going to be amazing. By the way, you can join us. BlazeTV.com/debate is the place to go to do that. And if you have watched The Moderators tonight, you know how important independent media is, like the Blaze, because I've never seen anything like it. I'm sure we'll get into it more. But if you use the code debate, they have this special going on. It's the biggest special they've ever had, $40 off your annual subscription. So join us. It's BlazeTV.com/debate. What were you saying, Glenn?
I was just watching these moderators.
Oh my God.
I don't think there is enough paper in the world or enough energy to correct all of the lies that she told today. They do the same thing every time. Every time. They tell you, they say, this is what they're going to do, and then they do it. She started saying, tonight you're going to hear lies and distortions. Yeah, from her. It's incredible. And ABC moderators haven't said a word. And I bet you they say very little in the next few days correcting her. And almost everything she said, every paragraph, it seems like there's at least one pretty easily proven lie. And they're not stopping her.
Oh, and Donald Trump's been the one that's been fact-checked, I think 5 times. They have not done it to her once.
No.
They keep
and they were wrong on the fact-checking.
Yeah, wrong on the
They were wrong on the fact-checking. On the abortion thing, absolutely wrong.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to say, well, we think the governor of Virginia misspoke, or we think that, but how can you not point out that he was referring to an actual thing? It was on the record. Not to mention also, we do have, and the Federalist brought this up, police audio, a report of confirmed Haitian goose hunting in Ohio. Quote, they all had geese in their hands.
Well, but geese are not pets.
It's true. They're awful, awful animals.
They're awful.
They're
animals.
actually awful, very mean
They're
animals.
community pets.
Yes.
That's
Parks.
Incredible. Just incredible.
It's been a fascinating dynamic to watch them go back and forth. I kind of really want Donald Trump to call out the moderators. Like, I've been waiting for that moment where he just goes after them and calls them out. I mean, they stopped a conversation about Afghanistan and soldiers who were murdered the night before 9/11 to talk about her racial identity.
They interrupted him less than 2 months after he was the target of an attempted assassination. He brought it up, and they interrupted him, dismissed him, and moved on. That's mind-blowing to me.
They also didn't bring up, they said, how he disrespects the troops and how he's hated by all the people that he fired. They didn't bring up her and the 13. Why haven't you visited the 13 families? Why did you allow this lie to continue that nobody's been hurt under his watch? It's remarkable. And like you said, it's the reason why we exist.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like journalism is clearly dead after watching this tonight.
This is going to be, this time period, if we survive this time period, this has to reset all of medicine, most of science, and definitely journalism, because they've all disgraced themselves so much that you can't pick up the pieces of this one. You just got to take a blowtorch to all of these institutions like the CDC and everything else, just get rid of them and start all over again.
Yeah, because, I mean, think about how important it is to trust those specific institutions that you're talking about. Medicine, journalism, what's happening around us, what's happening in the world. We have to be able to trust that what they're telling us is true, or else there's complete chaos.
For them to take this righteous position, I know I should stay out of this because I know you have this covered.
They're coming back here, Glenn. We're going to come back with more post-analysis.
There's a cliffhanger for you.
Yeah, that's a cliffhanger.
Welcome back tonight. The time has come for closing statements, and Vice President Harris, we begin with you.
So I think you've heard tonight 2 very different visions for our country. One that is focused on the future, and the other that is focused on the past, and an attempt to take us backward. But we're not going back. And I do believe that the American people know we all have so much more in common than what separates us. And we can chart a new way forward. And a vision of that includes having a plan, understanding the aspirations, the dreams, the hopes, the ambition of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy, investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that is about giving hardworking folks a break and bringing down the cost of living. I believe in what we can do together that is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world. I will be a president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. I'll tell you, I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a DA, I was an attorney general, a United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people. And I'll tell you, as a prosecutor, I never asked a victim or a witness, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked them, are you okay? And that's the kind of president we need right now. Someone who cares about you and is not putting themselves first. I intend to be a president for all Americans and focus on what we can do over the next 10 and 20 years to build back up our country by investing right now in you, the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump?
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like we're not going to frack. We're not going to take fossil fuel. We're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year, they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question. Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they're laughing. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
President Trump, thank you. And that is our ABC News presidential debate from here in Philadelphia at the National Constitution Center. I'm Lindsay Davis.
And I'm David Muir. Thank you for watching here in the U.S. and all over the world, and from all of us here at ABC News. Good night.
There you go. Good night, Dave. Great job, guys. Just a disgraceful effort by ABC News. And I honestly could sit here and talk about that all night, but it's probably not the most important part of the debate. An hour and a half of back and forth, and we have a great panel here to discuss it with you. Don't forget, go to blazetv.com/debate and use the code DEBATE. You can save $40 off your subscription to Blaze TV. It's an important time for media, and honestly, we could go down that road, and I'm sure we will, as to how ABC actually did during this fiasco. But let's go first to Glenn Beck. We have Glenn Beck here from the Glenn Beck program here on Blaze TV.
Remember when I was on Fox and I had the big jar of M&Ms because of Obama and the lies?
You blamed Obama. You wanted to eat M&Ms.
Yeah, well, yes. I haven't had M&Ms for like 4 months. Okay? I haven't had candy or anything.
Lost a lot of weight.
This is medication. I need medication.
This is emotional eating?
Yes. That was astonishing.
It was. Let me introduce our. Can I introduce the panel? That was me introducing the panel, not saying
Sugar's
really
already
talk for
getting to
25 minutes.
Everyone's on tilt, Stu.
That's where we are. Okay, Sara Gonzales is here as well from Sara Gonzales Unfiltered. We have Liz Wheeler from the Liz Wheeler Show, Steve Deace from the Steve Deace Show.
Need some medication, Steve?
Right into my veins, brother.
We will get sugar into veins and go to everybody here in a second. Let's start with you, Glenn. You watch this and you know the stakes. What do you think?
Well, I wish this steak was well done, but it wasn't. I think that
Donald Trump was calm, but he did not take the opportunities that she handed him multiple times. If you're a low information voter, you're somebody who just watches, occasionally, and you see this and you're like, oh, she seems nice. She seemed nice. She seemed like she was going to be really strong and effective, and she believes everything you believe. I have never seen as many lies in any debate, maybe multiple debates combined. The moderators were completely useless. At least David didn't look at Kamala with doe eyes. She was like, so what's it like to be so beautiful? It was amazing. And she looked at Donald Trump with absolute disdain. She couldn't even hide it. I think overall, it's not going to change anybody's mind. If you were voting for Donald Trump, you're still going to vote for Donald Trump. If you were thinking about Kamala Harris, you're now probably locked into Kamala Harris. The stupid people probably will go because, she's going to end all of this division. They're doing exactly the same thing they did with Joe Biden. He's a moderate. He's going to bring us back to normalcy. That's what they're doing again. And I think in a very effective way for stupid, uninformed people.
And that's the campaign they're running. They're running it to those people trying to win those votes. Sarah, what do you think?
Yeah, you mentioned that it was a disgusting effort by the ABC moderators. I would say it was a disgusting production, but a very valiant effort by the ABC moderators to try to push Kamala and give her every opportunity that they could. We saw her, mention Trump's Project 2025, which has been debunked about 1 million times. Right. And nowhere did they fact check her on that. She said Trump will, no question, sign a federal abortion ban, which is just funny. It's laughable because he gets hit from the left on that, and while he's getting hit from the right about not being pro-life enough, right? So he can't win. They didn't fact check him on that.
His main point on abortion is it's a state issue.
Right. Well, right.
Sorry.
Which
he says with M&Ms in his mouth.
What he said was. And so, you have Donald Trump just saying, I rely on the Supreme Court, who says that it's a state's issue, which I think, I understand why he says that. I may disagree, and I may be a little more pro-life on that issue, but I understand why he says that. And so, they don't fact check him on that, or her on that. They don't fact check on the fracking thing. She has never said that she wouldn't ban it. And so you just see what turned out to just be a 3-on-1 pile-on. That's just what this is. And it turned into a character assassination, back and forth, sniping at each other. I think that Donald Trump took her bait a little too many times when she talked about the money that he didn't make himself. She talked about being handed these opportunities. Right. And he took the bait and started talking about himself and his career and had to defend his own character rather than talk about the issues that Americans wanted to hear about. Like, how are you going to solve the border issue? How are you going to solve the fact that we have migrants taking over our cities? How are you going to solve the fact that everything costs more? Let's talk about how we are going to solve these problems that everyday Americans are facing rather than talk about your defense of how your father gave you money.
Yeah. I really at times started wanting every Trump answer to end with a question to Kamala.
Right. Yeah.
Right. Like you did it a couple times. You did it a couple times. You're almost going to have to be the moderator in a situation like this. Liz, what did you think?
I think there's 3 things that I was looking for in this debate. I was looking at Trump's performance, at Kamala's performance, and of course at the role that the moderators played. And we'll get to Trump's missteps in just a second. But I think the moderators, obviously every one of us has followed along on X. It seems like the collective conservative movement is pretty incensed over how biased the moderators were, and rightly so. This was propaganda level. Yeah. It was RFK when he...
media.
Yeah. It was. It was a disgrace. It was shameful. They should be embarrassed to behave like that. I think it was RFK who said in his speech when he was announcing that he was dropping out of the race, he scolded the mainstream media and he said to them, you are not single-handedly responsible for the downfall of our republic, but you could have stopped it, and you didn't. And that's what I kept thinking when I was watching the moderators and how they handled it. The second part of this was Kamala Harris. I think, and it makes me sad to say this. I think she accomplished what she set out to accomplish with this debate. She was very specifically trying to portray herself as empathetic to liberal women, and that's why she appeared very emotional to us. And I think, unfortunately, that lands with liberal women. I actually kept a list of the lies she told. She is the most...
You must be a fast typer.
Yeah, can you see me in there the whole time? She is shameless. She acts like she has no soul. She looks into the camera, looks us into the eyes, and tells lie after lie after lie. She lied about how often late-term abortions happen. She lied about the governor of Virginia, who did say that he supported babies being born alive after botched abortions being denied medical care. She lied about the very fine people's Charlottesville hoax.
Oh my gosh.
That has been debunked even by mainstream outlets at this point.
Snopes. I wish you would have said Snopes.
She lied
Sean
about...
Hannity said. What are you doing, Snopes, man?
She lied about January 6th.
In the same paragraph.
In the same sentence. I mean, like I said, we'll get to Trump's performance issues in a second. She lied about bloodbath, the context that he used that term.
That was in that same paragraph, too.
I know. It was just like a cornucopia of lies. It was dreadful. She lied about crime data. The reason that crime data appears to be going down is because cities have stopped reporting it to the FBI. It's not because crimes have stopped being committed. She lied about her role in the border crisis. She lied about Project 2025. She lied about fracking. And yet, how many times did these ABC moderators interrupt her?
Zero.
Zero times. Absolutely shameful. So then that brings us to the third element, and I'm sorry that I'm taking up more time here than I'm allotted. And that's Trump's performance here. What I was looking for from Trump and what I advised him, what persona I advised him to be pleasant but tough. I didn't want him to look like a bully. I didn't want him to look angry, and he did look angry. He needed to stay on message. He had the advantage here. He's on the right side of every one of these issues, not just morally, not just in my opinion, not just because I agree with his politics, but because the vast majority of the American people do. And yet, instead, he allowed himself to fall for her bait. She tossed out, people don't like your rallies. People were you really successful, or did you get a handout from your father? And he fell for it.
Wait.
He fell for it.
Wait. I have to tell you, you're right. But I don't think I could have endured that. That was 90 minutes. That was 90 minutes of character assassination after character assassination, and lie after lie after lie. At some point, you become a ticking time bomb, and she knows that.
Right.
That's why
you have to resist it, though, right?
Yeah,
because you know what she's trying to do.
I don't know. I guess I have higher expectations. Perhaps the president of the United States should be able to be like, okay, I'm going to ignore that. I'll blast her on Truth Social later tonight
that's a good
with
point.
a cat meme.
Yeah.
But right now, I will just ask her questions. What role did you play in the border crisis? How many illegal aliens came? How many young people have been murdered? How many children have been raped?
Yes.
What are you going to do differently than you have already done? Every single topic, there are things. I know he knows these things. He talks about them. And I didn't think that he stayed as disciplined as I wanted him to. So I feel disappointed.
I will tell you, the thing that I think that she had him on the ropes with, you're weak. Nobody thinks Donald Trump is weak, but she was just playing that card over and over and over again just to get under his skin.
Specific stuff, and to try to get under his skin. So I feel like we opened up the refrigerator and we pulled out a bottle of Coke and we've just been shaking it for like 20 minutes.
I want to do some Coke, Stu.
Steve, I have to tell
about
you,
to explode.
Steve is ready. We have a video of Steve watching it like this. I mean, it was like he's
fired up.
He's
ready.
Yeah.
Fired up, ready to go, Steve. What do we got?
Let me start with this. Allow me to be the first to congratulate David Moore on his appointment as press secretary for President Kamala Harris. I mean, that was an outstanding audition, and I can't think of a better name or another name that we will see offered up for that position come January. That aside, this was the DeSantis-Hannity debate with Newsom in reverse. And what you saw in that debate is Newsom walked into a situation where all the questions were going to be asked from the premise of one of his opponent. And now Hannity, Sean actually came with like facts and stuff, and stats. So I'm not drawing a moral equivalency, but it was certainly a situational one. And you watched Gavin Newsom, who himself is a sociopathic level liar, completely unraveled and undone, and his political brand tainted. I mean, Kamala Harris They were left with her because they couldn't call him out of the bullpen after what happened in that event. That's what situationally occurred here to Trump. It is very clear. Let me speak as someone who has been a campaign aide. Let me speak as someone who has done debate prep with the presidential candidate. It is very obvious he did not listen to his debate prep team at all. It is very obvious he had no plan at all. It is very obvious he went in there and just thought, I'm going to wing it. That he should have a canned answer. I mean, the idea that they didn't fact check her on what even Snopes and PolitiFact has said is a lie about Charlottesville, but he didn't pull that out, you know, what you said. Instead, he quoted from Fox News hosts, which is actually going to play into her narrative.
Yeah, big time.
Okay? The statement that he made in his closing statement should have been the first thing he said, regardless of any question that was asked, and that should have been a repeated theme. Why haven't you done these things over and over and over again? He took the bait over and over and over again. Over and over again, it felt like he was in the White House, and we're running on his record, and he was defending his record, which is better than theirs. But see, it's a little bit like when I was on the Cruz campaign and we ran against Rubio on immigration. Even if Rubio beat us on a talking point in a given news cycle, the issue itself was a loser for him because of the Gang of Eight. He could never outrun that. And so I would always say to the campaign, let's stay on this issue. Let's not get on any other issue, because the issue itself is a loser for Rubio every time it comes up. That's what Trump walked into here tonight. He talked way too much about it. Everybody wanted to talk about Trump, and so did he. And he allowed them to do that, which means even when he was good, he's letting her off the hook and not forcing her to defend her record. That's a win for her. No matter if he drops a run, spot run, or whatever the point is he drops, if she doesn't have to defend her record, she's looking at the watch, man, okay, that's 5 more minutes. You know, the clock is ticking. I'm getting out of here alive. And you could see she's visibly nervous at the start. She is shaky at the start. You could watch. It's a little bit like a rookie pitcher in their first start in the majors, right? Kind of all over the strike zone at first. They get through that first inning like, I can do this. And as the innings go on, they get stronger and stronger. And the number one thing that could not happen, I thought tonight, is he could not, and I said this to you before the debate, he could not let her walk out and be seen as a palatable presidential figure to a plurality of Americans. And he did that, okay? Now, there's a long way to go here. And I didn't think he performed well in any of the debates last time, and he still won. There could be a Comey letter. There's organic events we could not possibly foresee for the next 56 days. But his job and our job is tougher now than it was 2 hours ago. Yeah. Because now he allowed her and it's clear he didn't listen to Tulsi Gabbard. What did Tulsi Gabbard do? Zeroed in on 1 or 2 issues. And just dissected her with those and deconstructed her before she could run off. They didn't start off 3-on-1. What happened is they ganged up on him when they realized that he was going to take the bait, and they didn't have to be afraid. And that piled on as the event went on over and over again. If I'm on the campaign, here's what I'm doing. This never happened. We're never addressing it. I'm not doing a rally bitching and moaning about the, I'm going to let shows like us do it, okay? It's losers bitch about the moderating debates when they leave a debate among the campaigns. That's our job. We should do that. But if I'm the campaign, I'm not talking about it. He shouldn't talk about it. This never happened. And I'm hitting the road tomorrow and getting back on message, okay, that we can't afford another 4 years of this, because we have to look at it the way we would if we were them. If we were them, what would we be saying here tonight? All right.
She ran out the clock.
Yeah, CNN, I don't have to turn it on. All right. John King last time was Joe Biden's got to go. They're going to be orgasmic tonight.
Yes.
Move on. This never happened. Don't spend the next days and weeks wasting time on the ABC moderators. They're not on the ballot. No one can vote for or against them. Just hit the campaign tomorrow. This never occurred, and get right back on message and do everything you were doing the last few weeks before the last few hours.
So I agree with, I think, everything that you just said. However, I want to ask you this question. Donald Trump, I think, for Trump, did really well compared to some of the other debates he's had.
I don't disagree with that.
Right, okay.
The debate was
Correct.
never about him.
Correct.
It was it was about, can people see her as a palatable president? And I'm saying figure on purpose because everyone with an IQ over 12, including a lot of people that will vote for her, knows she's really not going to run the country and make the decisions.
Yes.
Okay. So can they see her as the figure, as the figurehead, as the front for all of this? I will tell you, I watched her campaign up close and personal in Iowa 4 years ago.
Horrible.
She was horrible. We've all seen her as vice president for the last few years.
Horrible.
Okay. She's never performed close to what we saw here tonight.
Right.
That was almost like a supernatural, maybe it was, transformation. Okay.
I will tell you.
That is not
I mean, she
Kamala
did
Harris
invoke
in the
faith.
natural that we have seen.
She did invoke faith when talking about why to abort your child. Who else invokes faith the language of faith when talking about child sacrifice? Well, ...
The one thing I learned about her during the convention was she takes advice. She listens to advice and applies herself.
Yeah, and she knows the more that you hear from Kamala Harris, the more people don't like Kamala Harris. And she is oddly aware of that. And it's such an interesting thing. I think most people are defensive if people tell you that.
Yeah.
She knows it. She's internalized it. And she knows, run out the clock, let him talk. Every time he was talking and she wasn't was good for her.
She had 2 cackle lines today where she almost did it and restrained herself. You know what I mean? She takes advice.
You know what's interesting too is, you know how she just put out her platform, the copy and paste of Biden's policies? She didn't mention anything about the policies that she's going to propagate as president. Even on that debate stage, she just criticized him. If there's one word that I would use to describe her in this debate, it was disciplined. She knew exactly what she was going for. She knew exactly what strategy that she had to use. She delivered her lines. It actually was pretty much like her background as a prosecutor.
Is the side by side where she is looking at him the whole time, or reacting to him the whole time. And he never looks over and acknowledges her at all, but is basically in resting bitch face all night long. I promise you his debate team did not tell him to do that. I promise you they didn't tell him.
I have to tell you, I actually, for Donald Trump, I actually appreciated the fact that he wasn't when she was rolling her eyes and saying, that's not true. On things that we knew were true.
The condescending
Or
smile.
this, I love this, because it's so natural.
Right, yeah. I mean, there's no table there,
No
Kamala.
table. What are you resting
What is
on?
that?
That's not rest.
She practiced it on another table at home, and then the table wasn't high enough, and she had to do it anyway. I want to go to a clip here. This is from the debate. Sarah, you pointed this one out. Check this clip out.
We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums.
I mean, first of all, the condescending smile, the I'm amused at what he's saying smile is so fake and irritating. Sarah, what do you think of that?
Well, I mean, that is kind of the point, right? I don't disagree that Donald Trump was not at his best. Now, I will say that I liked the restraint that he showed, and I do know that he has to walk a fine line debating a woman. Liz, as I'm sure you know, you're kind of screwed.
Especially that woman.
Right, because you can't go too hard because then you'll be called a bully because somehow a man can't defend himself against a woman, right? And so, but what I think is going to be really interesting to see in the coming days and weeks is how the average American, maybe the independent, maybe the suburban mom views that. Because what I can tell you is, trust me, I agree with you that a lot of voters are maybe a little bit low IQs on the other side particularly. But I think what's so important about this particular election is that people feel the pain that Donald Trump is talking about in that clip.
Yes.
They feel the inflation. They feel the gas pump. They feel how much more they are paying. They feel their paycheck being strained to its very limit. They're going into debt. And so to have the person who is second in command of those policies stand there and laugh at their pain, I don't think that sits well with them. So I don't know that Donald Trump's not bringing up the things that we wanted him to bring up, or maybe...
To that end, Sarah, tomorrow the campaign ought to be rolling out videos and commercials based on these
Based
clips.
on that.
Yes. Yeah.
And
Yes.
flip it completely around.
Yes,
Okay?
exactly.
Do not talk about his performance. Don't try
Exactly.
to spin it. Don't even do any interviews.
Right.
Just move on.
Right.
But take these clips, and this woman doesn't care about you,
Yes.
lies about you,
Yes.
all right? And immediately try to spin it against them. That's what I would do.
Yeah, because she did it multiple times during
there were-
very important issues. The border, she did it.
War.
The economy, war. I mean, these are important issues that in any other debate where you're not talking about someone who is already in power right now, you might be able to get away with it. But like, you are literally creating these policies that everyone is seeing. We're all seeing it. We're all feeling it. And you're laughing in our faces. I don't think that plays well.
Yeah, I felt that. I felt that's why I disagree with Donald Trump. I like the fact that he didn't make any face, because every time she rolled her eyes, I was insulted.
Yeah.
I was insulted.
Yeah.
By the way, I think Donald Trump only has resting bitch face as his only mode. I can't imagine Donald Trump not looking like that. So.
Just real quick before I want to go to another clip, but there's a couple of different kinds of debates. The last one we saw was this huge change, earth-shaking change in a race, more than any other in history. And there's been other examples of that. You know, the Romney first one with Obama in 2012, the '84 first one, Reagan, Mondale. There's been, the Nixon going back years and years that, were major events in campaigns. There's that kind of the debate. And then there's kind of the normal one where, it's not really, you're not changing tons of minds. Does anyone think like this race was upended tonight?
Oh, yes.
You think it was upended?
I do, yeah.
In what way?
Because she is now a viable president to a lot of people who were unsure before.
That's true. She has sealed.
That's
anybody
why.
who said they wanted more information about her,
correct,
couldn't see it. That is.
And that would be
and
there were. I think Fox had a poll a few days ago. By a 3-to-1 margin, people wanted more information on her, which would make sense. Trump's run 3 times, but even before he ran, he was one of the most famous people in the world. You'd think like you know everything, right? And so all you heard is this woman's an idiot, this woman's a moron, which frankly, up until moments like this, she had been her entire political career, right? And then she comes in here tonight and performs as well as she did. Absolutely. Like, I doubt we'll ever see anything other than like the formal end of America, like what the June 27th debate did.
Yeah, that's a high standard.
All right, but this is not a nondescript event. I mean, she cleared a very viable threshold for them. If I were them, I'd run and hide. There's no way we're doing another one of these. Never happened in a million years, okay? You had your shot, all right, and you didn't take it. That's a you problem, okay? And you're going to have to come up with your own headlines. Hope James Comey sends another letter to the Senate. At least I like to think strategically the way my enemy does so I can beat them. That's what I'd be thinking if I were them, okay? They are going to be giddy tonight. They escaped this, and they did better than escape. She was palatable at times. She bested him and got under his skin at times. So they're going to run and hide. They crossed the biggest threshold a new candidate always has, which is, are you a credible president? They crossed that threshold. The job certainly got harder tonight.
Can you quantify that, you think? Like, if she's leading by, let's say, half a point to a point in swing state polls right now, does this move it to 5 points? Does it move it to 3 points?
I think it's worse than that for this reason. We don't know what the margin of cheating is anymore. All right. On the Trump side, because everyone knows the Republican Party sucks, so they've outsourced their get out the vote effort to third-party groups like Elon Musk Group, like Turning Point USA. This may be a stroke of genius. It may be more of the same. We don't know. That's a wild card on our side. Okay. But, I go back to something that our CEO, Tyler Cardin, said the night of the June 27th debate. For Democrats, it's not about whether or not they can get the votes that they need. It's about whether or not there is a credible narrative that people will believe if they do, okay? After tonight, they have a credible narrative, okay? They can justify anything they want to come out of Maricopa County, Wayne County, Philadelphia County, Fulton County. They can justify any map they want to come out of there.
That's why they had to get rid of Joe Biden.
And that's why, because they couldn't. No one was going to believe that got 80 million votes again.
Right.
Tonight, they can get people to believe that got 80 million votes. And that is a paradigm shifter on some level, I believe.
And I do think there's an element of watching this, and they believe they can fool people really about anything, even facts that I think everybody knows by now. There was an example of this, and I want to show a clip of it. This is an example of one of the many lies that she told, and I want to get your reaction. Watch.
This is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville.
Oh my gosh.
Where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what did the president then at the time say? there were fine people on each side. Let's remember that when it came to the Proud Boys, a militia, the former president said, stand back and stand by. So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was, I say we don't have to go back.
An amazing clip. Watching her spout. First of all, I feel bad for the Tiki Torch Company because they didn't want to get involved in this. They wanted some nice
just out here
backyard
catching
lighting.
strays in front of 75 million
I just
people.
feel bad for them.
Yes.
Liz, what do you think of that?
I hope all voters watch that particular clip, because if you are able as a human being to lie without even blinking an eye, without your pupils dilating, without your heartbeat elevating, then you have ice water in your veins.
Mm-hmm.
And that should chill. I mean, politicians notoriously lie, but I don't know if we've ever seen anything to that extent. And when I heard her last line of the debate, her closing statement, she looks at Trump, she says, do we have to disparage each other in our country? I thought to myself, less than 2 months ago, that man was targeted for an attempted assassination. They tried to murder him because of lies like Kamala Harris was telling on that stage. She is, on one hand, inviting violence like that to happen in our country, and on the other hand, trying to gaslight all of us watching. I'm going back to what you said at the beginning, where you said you felt insulted every time she rolled her eyes. She's gaslighting us while she's causing what's going to happen in 2025. I mentioned this in the pregame coverage, or the pre-debate coverage, when I said in 2025, they're going to try to put Trump in jail because they want political violence. Conservatives are not the ones who are bloodthirsty. They're not the ones who want a civil war. The left does. And they're going to cause that to happen by putting Trump in jail. There'll be some crazy person out there who feels righteous indignation over this injustice, but doesn't control himself, commit some act of violence. It will cause unrest, and that is the moment the Democrats are waiting for to clamp down on all of our liberties under the guise of keeping us safe from not just an insurrection, but an actual civil war. Kamala Harris knows exactly what she's doing, and it was evident in the debate tonight.
I will tell you, you're right on all of that. I said, you were with me, 2008. Do not take the bait. They need you to be violent. And they have done this to us since 2007. You know, when he was talking about grab their guns and their Bibles, and it's reaching a boiling point, as we saw with the assassination attempt. But I think the scarier thing is not just that she would lie, that she lies with such confidence because she knows no one in the mainstream media will hold them responsible. That shows you this is a state-run media. The reason why politicians haven't lied like that before is because there was always someone that would keep them in check. They've squashed the voices of the everyday person and the new media. They want to put us out of business with their Department of Misinformation and all of that bullcrap. And they know, these politicians know, I can say anything.
You know, Glenn, as I was watching that, thinking very much the same thing, and I flashed back to many years ago to think that this is why you started the Blaze. It was nights like tonight why you started. I mean, this is really kind of the germ of how this whole thing began, right?
Yeah, we started, we were before Netflix, HBO, Amazon. We were delivering video when we still had the buffering wheel. Nobody could watch it. But our audience understood what's coming. I hope they understand what's coming soon. If she wins, I do not think our voices will be able to be heard unless they allow us to be on our own platform, and everybody else, they just shun us everywhere, but we're still allowed to have a voice that you can log into. But if they win, they will shut all of our voices down.
In a moment like this, I do think it's important to remind you to go to blazetv.com/debate. If you want to be involved in the project Glenn just described and to fight back against the stuff you saw tonight, we need you. blazetv.com/debate. The code is debate for $40.
I asked somebody just the other day,
who I think everybody here would respect and the audience would respect as well. Where do we go? I've been asking this question for a long time, as you know. If it gets this bad, where do we go for Radio Free America? The answer is no place. There is no place. Where are you going to go? England? France? Russia? Where are you going to go? They are going to use, you see this in their plans. They've built the machine. This is why Trump cannot win. They've built the machine. They've started it up. All they need is just really, honestly, a few more months. Get past this election all over the world. Get past, get in power, and then stay in power. We are headed for real trouble. Real trouble.
I want to give you some of the reaction from the left and what people are saying online. Do we have this confirmed about this endorsement, though? Is this truly breaking news? We do have breaking news. Taylor Swift has endorsed Kamala Harris.
Oh,
it has happened. It has happened.
That real?
It's a real thing. It has just occurred.
Oh my God.
Oh, got to change my vote now.
I know.
Now that I heard what T Swift said.
I will say I am.
A lot of people are going to, though.
They will.
That's actually a significant development, and it proves Steve's point.
Yeah.
She was waiting to see is she a realistic, viable candidate.
Yep. My daughter's 11, but I'm concerned about her vote going towards Kamala now as a major Swiftie. Let me get to some of the reaction here online, and let's go read these from very long distance as an old man. Kamala Harris is used to taking on predators, fraudsters, and corporate stooges. Come to think of it, tonight's debate is no different from Timmy Walls.
Or somebody in the organization that had written that about 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Right. It wasn't planned at all. I mean, that was one of the things that was really frustrating to me, is just how many of her little lines and reactions. It's so contrived with her.
Stu,
I can't stand it.
Oh, when you say things like that, I just think to myself,
Oh my gosh,
What are you
Taylor
talking
Swift
about?
posted her endorsement with a picture of a cat.
Oh my God.
Oh, she better protect that from any Haitians.
is she eating
I got to tell you.
Is she eating that cat?
It's actually kind of funny.
All right, let's get another one, another reaction from online. And of course, we'll just take a little bit as we zoom into this and absolutely able to read it. Is it wrong?
Is your driver's test, Stu?
So bad. Is it wrong for me to say that Donald Trump is getting his ass kicked by a girl? This has to be driving him absolutely crazy. From Fred Gutenberg. Is that Steve Gutenberg's brother?
Oh, Fred? You don't know Fred?
I don't know Fred Gutenberg.
Oh, Fred is big.
Star of Police Academy?
Police Academy 17. Okay. They've been making them for a while.
Some activist, apparently.
Star of Police Academy 666.
Yeah. There you go. All right, we have another one. Is that right? Let me see. Al Franken, still chugging. Kamala is reminding Americans that our democracy is at stake in this election.
Ah, yes. It's been so democratic on the Democrat side this time around, hasn't it?
Yes.
All those
I did
people
wonder
who
why
voted
Trump
for
didn't bring
Kamala.
that up.
He did, but he blew it.
Yeah.
He did talk about
Literally nobody voted for Kamala Harris to be
Right.
on
Yeah.
that stage.
But they're very, very
Literally
concerned
nobody.
with
I
democracy.
would have brought that up more.
Yeah, I felt like there was a bunch of times that he was in the right vicinity of an attack, but he just didn't
on that
quite
one.
land
He
it.
said,
That's why I promise you they had a plan.
"Yeah,
I promise you Tulsi gave him a plan. And that plan would have included to grab the reins of control of this debate from the jump. You're going to set the agenda, and you're going to define her right away. Okay, no matter what is asked, what is brought up, you're going to do that, and he didn't.
Well, the first question, he responded to her, wasn't it? The first question came out. She was asked the first question, and then he wanted to respond. I don't remember what it was. Does anybody remember what it was? Because it wasn't that. She started with what you're going to see tonight, and that's what he needed to start with.
Yes, that's exactly right.
He didn't do his opening statement. He just responded to her saying that she was about small business or something.
Yeah, that was but she really did avoid the questions a lot. One that really highlighted.
Wouldn't you?
Yes. Well,
Wouldn't
yeah.
you?
You have a free
They're not going to
pass.
follow up, right?
Well, yeah, a great example of this was they did ask the obligatory thing about, hey, you changed 947 policies. Can you discuss those? She said, yeah, let me talk about that. I'm going to talk about fracking. She kind of mentions fracking, goes off the topic, and then never comes back to the other other policies. And Trump didn't call that out. Like, that was the moment where I wanted Trump to say, hey, remember when you asked for about 3 policies she flip-flopped on and she specifically said she'd come back and talk about each and every one? She did none of that. None of that moment I really wanted. I wanted that almost Newt Gingrich moment from a few years ago where he just was calling out the moderators. I wanted him to go after that because
it's funny you should mention that because I was on that campaign too. And we won that entire primary on that one debate performance. Right, we were way behind Romney in that primary. We were behind by 8 to 10 points, and then ended up winning that primary on that one debate by about that much. And that was kind of the beginning of the viral era. A lot of us didn't even really know what those terms meant yet. But that one debate performance where Newt turned it around on them and actually linked Romney with the moderators, won him that primary, and he became the favorite for the nomination. Then what happened? We had another debate in Florida, and Newt decided to talk about lunar colonies. And we got our asses kicked and we were done.
So let me ask you this. I think there are viral moments that will go to each tribe, okay? There'll be viral moments where you're like, he got her, she got him, okay? But is there a universal viral moment out of this?
You can make anything a universal viral moment if your team is good, sure. To me, the universal viral moment is what Sarah, you and I were talking about a few minutes ago. The universal viral moment is that this woman never addressed the real concerns of the average American.
And mocked it.
She laughed at it.
She mocked it. She bypassed it, didn't have time for it, okay? She wanted to talk about herself, accuse them of what they accused you of doing, okay? Flip the whole thing around on them and use these debate clips, which they're high as a kite right now, I guarantee it, all right? So this is Sun Tzu Art of War stuff. You always punch your opponent right in the balls, right where they think they're the strongest, okay?
I don't think he said that.
But that's the English translation. That's what they did to him when she kept calling him weak. Right?
No, I know.
It's basically like, I'm not going to cover Randy Moss. I don't believe he can catch the ball. Right?
How many times did she say to him, you have no plan?
Correct.
He has no plan. And not once did he turn and say, I don't have a plan.
What have you all been doing the last 4 years? What happened to you?
He should have said what's worse than
bypass
no
the
plan
whole thing.
is the plan that you've propagated on the American people the past 4 years that have actively harmed people. I just wanted him to look at the camera and say, my fellow Americans, how much did you pay for groceries this week? How much did it cost you to fill up your tank of gas?
Yes.
That's all
and
he
then
should
4
have
years
said.
ago when I was president, how much did it cost you?
Yeah.
That's the difference. That's your decision tonight.
That was my advice, I think, last week.
Yeah, you said it.
Every question no matter what they ask you, I just want to remind you, what were you paying for groceries? What were you paying for gas? When she started in on the fracking and she said, we have to be less dependent on foreign oil, why didn't he say you were?
Correct.
We had energy independence the first time in history.
There's a psychological aspect to this, like there is in any competition, okay? Who perceives they have the momentum, who perceives the momentum is against them, all right? What the campaign needs to do, the campaign had momentum, the Trump campaign did going into tonight. It needs to come out tomorrow and act like it won. Don't make a bunch of ridiculous statements like this, because that'll feed into the notion that the guy's a narcissist, is not self-aware. Don't do that. Go right after her positions on the issues, okay, or lack thereof, and her record, and right away, hit them right in the face right away with what they think is a game-clinching performance, and take the clips out of this and use it against them. It'll put them on the defensive. It'll re-inspire your own base, who's a little shaken after what they saw here tonight, and it'll recalibrate things, not on an election campaign, not on the basis of who is the more accomplished and smoother liar tonight, but who's better on the issues that are actually going to determine your future. Never, ever forget this metaphysical certitude of American elections. Whenever elections are about issues, Republicans win. And whenever they're about personalities, Democrats win. Period. End of sentence. That's 100%. It doesn't matter if we nominate Ronald Reagan. It doesn't matter if we nominate John McCain. It doesn't matter if we nominate Donald Trump. It doesn't not matter if we nominate cats that are fleeing Springfield, Ohio. When elections are about issues, we win. When they're about personalities, they win. Bing, bada boom. And every election is always determined by which side does the best job articulating the future every time.
May I just say, I know you're going to go to Dave Landau, but I know you have a late night. I got to get up early in the morning. and I've got a lot of notes to take
Yes.
and a lot of stuff to write. So
Are you abandoning the show? Is that
I
what
am
you're- is that
abandoning
what's
the
happening?
show.
What the heck?
Well, no, there's people outside that want to see.
He's abandoning the show for America, Stu.
Yeah,
That's right.
It's amazing.
That's right.
It's amazing. All right. Glenn, thank you so much
bet.
for
You bet.
doing this. Are we being? Are you leaving or no?
No, I was going to wait until you introduced. I thought you were going to introduce Dave, but I'll when you have introduced Dave, if we're going to have.
Dave's coming in, I guess, in a little bit. I haven't necessarily, but I thought when I was watching that, I mean, I'm wondering because I agree with a lot of this, the criticism and sort of Trump's performance. I thought there was missed opportunities, but I didn't get the sense it was a blowout situation. I wouldn't put it in the Romney-Obama category, at least in my mind. I feel like this race we came in, we had a very close race, and what it struck me as is there was maybe a calcification on her, whatever, 50%. Like she had a 50, if it was 50-50, hers was a soft 50 coming into this. And I feel like she was able to kind of strengthen that a little bit. But I don't feel like we're going to wake up in a week and see polls that she's up 8. Like, I don't feel like at least that's not how I felt watching.
It's our high expectations, though. The reason that I feel disappointed is not because Trump lost necessarily. He could have done much worse. I mean, he started out talking about abortion, and I was like, waiting with bated breath to hate something. And I didn't. He got like a B- from me on that. But I think the reason that I feel disappointed is because I know he's capable of doing what we have described throughout this entire night. He's capable of being disciplined. He's capable of being on message. He's capable of being more powerful than her on stage. He's capable of asking her questions and highlighting the differences between his policies and their impact on people and her policies and their impact on people. And so it's almost a compliment to him that I'm disappointed in his performance, because if I thought he wasn't capable of it, I would have been like, well, I guess I'll defend him because I want him to win. Like, no, he can do better than this. I've seen it before.
I've been on the receiving end of 2 campaigns, so I know he can do it. I've been on the receiving end. I've taken that beating before. Yeah, I know what it feels like.
I think he's so. I think he underestimated her a bit, and I wonder how many meetings they have had. Serious meetings. She's been memorizing stuff for days and looking in the mirror. She's been rehearsing. I'm not sure he did, but I don't think he ever does. Yeah. But I know that in the last debate with Joe Biden, he was disciplined. I know because I talked to his son before. They had a strategy. His son didn't even know. He's like, I don't know if my dad's going to do it, but this is the strategy. I wonder what the strategy was tonight, because it was scattergun.
You know what's interesting, though? I'll just make this one last comment, and then I know your M&Ms are wearing off and you have to go. I think it's not just a debate strategy that was flawed. I think that there is a flaw in their campaign strategy right now, because they are trying to not just appear centrist. That's a very common thing for candidates to do in a general election. They are trying to appeal to a demographic of this unicorn, the suburban woman who's kind of leftist, and they're doing it by essentially pandering. They're not doing it by trying to persuade these women that Republican policies actually serve women best and Democrat policies are destructive. That's true persuasion. Let me share what I am going to do that will help you live the best life that you want to live. They are instead pretending to kind of agree with liberal women, and it's inauthentic. Mm-hmm. And so this is not just something on the debate stage, but it could have informed these missteps on the debate stage. Right. It's something his campaign is doing right now that I don't like.
I'm wondering, though, if that wasn't the strategy of, look, you just have to take some of the negatives away. Just take some of the negatives away. People are so unhappy. They're playing these things. They'll go with you if they just can turn down their hatred or their distrust of you. That might have been flawed, but that might have been a campaign strategy.
See, they have it backwards.
Yes.
The issue with Trump is not where he's at on the issues.
Right.
Yep.
Okay. I mean, he ran a more based campaign in 2016 and won than he's running right now. This is kind of more, Liz is correct. This is basically, from a strategy standpoint, more Romney 2012, but with Trump's personality, okay? He's way to the center compared to where he was on a lot of the cultural flashpoint issues in 2016. He thinks it's his position on the issues that have caused his negatives to go up. It's his personality, all right? It's that people want to see him be more presidential. Okay? It's not his policies. They want to see him. They didn't run against his policies in 2020. They just said, mean tweets, you don't want to read those for 4 more years. Right. And somehow they got the message. I guess that means I've got to move to the middle on a bunch of issues. No, it just means people want to see you be more presidential. What he's doing in these long form podcast interviews, brilliant. Whoever strategy came up with that and him listening to that, he's personal in these, he's engaging in these, he's detailed in these, he connects with the interviewer in these. Do many, many more of those kinds of things. He does not need to moderate on the issues. He needs to be more personally presidential.
And I think that's
or Glenn.
part of what he's. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I think that's
gotta go to Sara
part of
next.
what he's doing is in moderating his tone. Just not name calling and everything else. That's where he kind of lost it tonight. He started to get angry again, and I think that's what he thinks, and I think he's right on that. If he wouldn't back off the issues,
Sara, can you just tell Glenn I'm speaking? I'm speaking.
Excuse me, I'm speaking.
Did you guys think that was funny, by the way?
I did. I thought it was a great moment.
Yeah, that was funny.
I thought it was funny. I'm sure the left thought that it was very
like mid.
disrespectful. I liked it. No, I think that the disappointment comes from the missed opportunities, right?
Yes.
I would sum up. It was just missed opportunities.
Yeah.
He didn't have a poor performance, in my opinion, overall. However, I would have liked to hear more from, I don't know what you guys thought, but I thought that his answer on January 6th started out a little bit shaky. I was a little bit concerned where he was going to go because he mentioned Ashley Babbitt and he talked about the police officer and he shouldn't have shot her. And I was like, oh no. And then what he did.
Another lie, by the way, they never corrected.
Right, of course, and they never corrected it. But what then he did was he actually used it to highlight that they are not prosecuting the people who are burning down cities, that they're not prosecuting the people who are coming into this country and murdering American citizens. And that was such a great answer from him that if he would have just kept doing things like that and just reformatting, no, actually, we're going to go here. Oh, you want to talk about, crime? You want to talk about lawlessness? Let's talk about what your party has been doing to that. And so it was just missed opportunities.
That part, you're exactly right. And that part where he said, let's just end this right now and go do. That should have been the first thing he said in the debate.
Yes.
You know what, David, before we get here and, you guys ask me your biased questions and then I probably overreact to them. So he shows some self-deprecating humor, okay? And then she does whatever she's going to do because no one really knows who she is, right? Let's just cut to the chase and let's say it's late. I'm old anyway. Let's save everybody a bunch of time. Let's just right now, straight up, have the president go. She can go right now. Close the border.
I have the plane. I have the plane. I'll take her.
I've got
right
my
there.
phone. I can't have my phone. She's probably got hers. So she can pull her phone out or somebody backstage. Just call down to old Joe right now. Wake him up. You probably can't. So you can do it as vice president. Just make the call. Homeland Security. Let's close the border. Let's do this right now. We can all call it a night. And I guess there's no reason for me to run.
Right.
And that could have been done at the very beginning, and it would have upset the entire plan strategy they had.
Brilliant. Brilliant. I have one last comment on on Trump going on the Bros podcast. That's actually the strategy I would recommend for the Trump campaign, because it's not that. I mean, there's obviously a problem with women voting liberal. But there's a problem with young men not voting and as high of percentages as women. And if they appeal to men to vote, then by no means do I mean to dismiss women, but for the time being, you're probably not going to ideologically change women's minds in 56 days. That's more of a longer project to see, okay, why are you damaged and why are you voting like this? Let's see if we can
hurt you. Show me on the map. Yes.
I mean, literally, that is why that they are voting the way that they're voting. But young men actually agree; they just don't turn out and vote. So that's what I would be doing. Is
They're
going on
predisposed. But I think that's what Charlie Kirk is trying to do: get those people out. If he can get the young men out, it'll be good, because they are predisposed to everything he's saying.
All right, Glenn, go take a nap.
Okay.
It's time. It's nappy time.
Good night.
You got the M&Ms.
Good night, everybody.
All right. Good night. I want to check in.
At least we stopped Social Security.
Oh, here we go. There goes the microphone.
Dragging this with me. Bye.
Video Hall of Fame.
All right, there you go. Hall of Fame member Glenn Beck here on Blaze TV. By the way, it's blazetv.com/debate to sign up for Blaze TV. You can get more Glenn M&M eating on a daily basis. You can
There's
save.
also there's another promo code though for tonight besides debate.
It is not debate?
There's another one.
There's another one?
Meow 40.
Yeah, is it really Meow 40?
Meow 40 gets you $40 off on your
That is funny.
Use debate or Meow 40 apparently to save $40.
Save the cats.
Save the cats.
Save the cats of America, please.
Cat ladies have a clear choice in this election right now.
Please.
Yes.
I'm not childless, but I am a true cat lady, and I'm telling you, I want the cats saved.
I'd sign up for it just to type Meow 40 in.
Just to type Meow 40. There you go. Do it now. BlazeTV.com/debate. code debate or code meow40. Let's check in with Blaze TV Roastmaster Dave Landau. He's the host of Normal World, which, by the way, you can get as part of your Blaze TV subscription. What an incredible deal. Dave, how are you, man?
Hey, how about, I've never been better. What a night.
It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's great. I'm looking forward to the future.
Are you?
Yeah.
Are you?
Really believable.
Is there a future, Dave?
Yeah, I own a gun.
Okay.
I don't know what I'm going to point that at, but yeah, go ahead.
There's some amazing clips today that happened in this debate. I want to play one for you and get your reaction.
Sure.
Here it is, a moment from our illustrious debate night.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the President of the United States incited a violent mob to attack our nation's capital.
She just admitted to being at the Capitol on January 6th. Now, I think it's important that we prosecute. That was the first thing I thought when I heard her say that. I'm like, just out of the corner of I just was like, oh, okay, it's time that we prosecute her. Right when I heard that, I just thought it was hilarious because everything that she did was a pivot from the moment it started. It was bad blood from they walked out, they shook hands like a divorced couple, at their son's graduation. It was just, I figured she'd be more confident. She looked very nervous. I figured with the Stanley Cup of wine she probably had under that podium, she might be able to keep her composure better. But the more angry he got, the more balanced she kind of seemed. But I don't blame him for being angry because the whole debate, it was 3-on-1, like Lindsey Graham in a rest area bathroom. It was just completely 3-on-1. And I was just waiting for one of the questions from an announcer, from one of the, what do you call dipshits? I was waiting for one of the questions just to be hitting him over the head with a chair and then showing his Kamala t-shirt. Right. It was the most biased thing from the get-go. She could have said that the earth was triangle and they wouldn't have checked it. Right. It was absolutely ridiculous. She was also, from the first question, she completely dodged it and then just went into the worst plan about the country's middle class, which she was basically gearing it to the people that their flat screens haven't been taken by Rent-A-Center yet. And the whole time she just mugged like Jim from The Office.
Yeah, that was insanely irritating to me. It was so contrived, this fake little smile, that condescending smile, oh my gosh, I can't believe what you're saying. It was so irritating, Dave. And I wonder, does that actually connect with people? Do people like that?
Men don't, because they're used to that face. It's very, you're not getting any tonight. I don't know if women do, but I don't think women like other women. No offense to the ones on the panel. You probably hate each other in competition. But I do think that part of that, though, is you just don't, I don't know if they relate to that. I don't know if anybody relates to her. She just thought of the strategy when they decided that the other guy was going to die.
And I don't know if they even came to the strategy decision. I want to play another clip here. Dave, you pointed this one out. Watch.
I have traveled the world as vice president of the United States, and world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace.
Okay. I pulled that clip because I thought she said she had been talking to middle schoolers. And I completely misheard it. But as far as it being a disgrace, it was funny that she said she agreed to pull out of Afghanistan to save taxpayers $300 million. Was that to reallocate the money into billions to go to other foreign wars that we don't want to be a part of? Because I don't want to tell you the things that I just did to a guy down at the 7-Eleven for a jar of peanut butter. The amount of money
there is a 7-Eleven very close to here. You're making me very uncomfortable, Dave.
Listen,
I believe you.
Kids like the sandwiches. My son is a good PB&J, and I enjoy it, Jay. It's not important.
No.
But I just think, everything that she pointed out, even at the end when she said her big closer, I'm not Joe Biden. It's like, well, yeah, of course you're not. But when you go to retirement homes, I'm sure you're not going to use the Southern voice.
Yeah, that's very, very true.
Yeah. The whole thing, I don't know. Like, I think. Oh, the other part I loved was when she said, people leave your rallies early. Well, sure, he was getting shot. As opposed,
point of order.
Yeah, as opposed to when people left, Biden's rallies early because he just had to take a question from Ben Franklin and then shake hands with a camera.
Yeah, I will say, Dave, as you point out the getting shot thing, a big part of me wanted you on the debate stage. That's what ran through my head. It would have been great if you were up there to say that, because that would have been. I can't believe he didn't make more of a big deal. The guy actually got shot, shot on stage. It was like a 12-hour story. And like the media was just totally moved on.
Yeah, we were talking about that the other day on Sarah's show where people say, do we still have to talk about that? It's like, we're still trying to figure out what happened to JFK.
Right.
This was like 6 weeks ago. And we're like, we don't need to bring it up. It just nicked his ear.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, okay. And of course, we let the Secret Service take a 1-hour online DeVry class. And then we just hired 4 people and just were like, do your best. If you think you might hear a bullet, do your best to look away. Once he's on the ground, rush the stage.
But let him get up and walk around and do other things. It's totally fine.
Yeah, he should be saying, where's my shoes? That's when you jump to protect someone, is once their shoes fall off.
Dave, you're on tour this week, is that right?
I am, yeah. I'll be at the Comedy Zone in Charlotte, North Carolina, if anybody wants to come out. Matt McClowry will be joining me. So I hope you guys come out to that show. And, I think it's going to be the end of the world soon. So enjoy the last few breaths of freedom we have. I wish I could be less bleak, but I'm not.
And this is the sort of analysis you'll get on Normal World. Of course, part of your BlazeTV subscription, blazetv.com/debate. Code.
Oh, and I made a cat steak.
Meow 40.
Cat steak?
What is it?
It's a steak with a tail.
Okay. Cat steak. There you go.
That's how bored I was. No offense. Not from you.
Not from
It
us.
was just during the actual debate. I just started making a cat steak. I don't know whose cat it was. I want to apologize in advance. A Haitian gave it to me.
Dave, before you leave, there's a couple listener questions for you. You got a second here to hang out?
I do.
Okay. Nicole asked, do you suppose she practiced those faces in the mirror for a few hours?
Oh, I absolutely think she did. It was like Jim Carrey practicing before he became a stand-up. I also think they gave her the questions in advance, and I was wondering if she was wearing an earpiece.
Yeah.
It felt like she was ready for a few of them.
It did. I mean, look, she was pretty well prepared. And I will say, even past debates she's been prepared for. Where she's, had problems is when she gets off kilter at all. As soon as it goes off of script, she doesn't know what to do with herself. Today, she was able to basically stay on script. One more from Elizabeth. She asks, has there even been one fact check on Kamala Harris? Did you love the fact checking from the moderators, Dave?
Oh, yeah, it was great. I think the fact that the one lady was dressed like a background dancer on Smooth Criminal shows you what a great job they planned on doing. They didn't fact check anything that she said. And then anytime Trump said something, they were like, sir, you've been speaking for 10 seconds. There's no way that's true. Let's go back to Kamala. She was just talking about the greatest economy we've had for the last 4 years.
They really were just interrupting him and saying, oh, yeah, we just want to move on. We want to move on, Mr. Trump. Yeah, absolutely incredible.
He was just the girl on the couch with 7 black guys behind him. Too much? All right. We've seen the meme. I'm just saying, he was getting screwed, I thought, the whole time.
Yes, I thought that's where you were going. And
I was trying to be gentlemanly about it. I waited till late
Dave.
to get naughty.
That's you, Dave. Gentleman. That's what people think about when
it's
they
why
think of you.
It's why I overdressed for this occasion.
You certainly did. And I'm sure you'll be such a gentleman in North Carolina. Where is it again? Comedy Zone?
Comedy Zone, Charlotte, North Carolina.
All right, go see Dave. He'll say things there that are not gentlemanly. That he won't even say here. I mean, you think he's going far here. Wait till you see him live. It's amazing. Dave, thanks so much, man. Appreciate
Thank you, Stu.
All right, appreciate it. Let me go to Steve. You have a question here, Steve, from T.E. Jacobson. Says, how do you think this is going over with the normies. You kind of talked about Trump's performance. The average person who maybe isn't watching this at all, has no idea what's going on, obviously familiar with these two figures at some level. How do you think they saw this?
Well, Scott Rasmussen, he doesn't run Rasmussen Polling anymore. He sold it several years ago. Yeah. But his new company did a poll a few days ago and found only about 46% of Americans even knew this debate was going to happen.
Oh. Wow.
And less than 30% plan to watch. Let's hope Scott Rasmussen is right about that. Okay? But here's the thing, that we're dealing, in the past we would look at things like how will Republicans perform among whites? Like I remember the 2012 election and Romney performed worse with whites than McCain did, and he had 4 million fewer white voters vote for him than McCain did. Or in the past, maybe we would say, well, what about white men and white women? We're actually now looking at will white men with bachelor degrees vote more than white men with no college education? So this thing is so balkanized, we're dealing now, to use a football term, we're in sub-packages now. We're not even looking at base defenses, okay? So we're looking at subsets of subsets. And whatever percentage of normies watch this tonight, and I hope it's low, but it'll be more than we probably wanted. She passed the threshold that she could, let me back up. There were two driving impetuses in this election. All right, the majority of Americans didn't want to vote for Donald Trump again, and the majority of Americans thought Joe Biden was too old to vote for. All right, the Democrats dealt with the latter problem, and so this has now been a referendum on Trump all over again. Okay, but then she came out into the light to do this unscripted event where it was supposed to be for the first time a referendum on her. She got out. She escaped. Okay. And anything less than a kill shot, they were going to call a win. And she did better than avoiding a kill shot. So that's my guess, the only shot we're going to get at her.
Yeah.
And that might be the lasting image that normies have of her tonight. And it'll be up to the Trump campaign to make sure that that is not the case.
And there's no way she agrees to another debate. Do we all agree on that?
That would be, that would be as stupid as we used to think she was.
Yeah. All right.
To clarify, I still do think she's stupid. Okay. I just think she's really good at memorizing canned lines.
Yeah. I wasn't surprised to see her have that one night. Like that's why I was so desperate for 3 or 4, debates, as many as she would give them, because. I think one time she can pull it off. She had her moments in those earlier debates. The whole calling Joe Biden a racist was a good moment for her in that primary debate. But when it was debate 3 and debate 4, she just started fading. And, she was able to make it through one night.
I never thought she was stupid, actually.
Really?
I think she's just diabolical.
Okay.
I don't think.
Salads and stuff, right?
But that's just a tactic that she's not going to be called out for. I mean, think about what a useful diversionary tactic that is. Because the media is not going to ask her about it. They're just going to claim that you're being a bully and that, she's just being a woman. There's that whole TikTok trend, I'm just a girl. There were young women who actually liked that she had word salads because it made them feel more confident and not being good at speaking and feeling awkward.
Say anything good about our country.
No, it doesn't, but it's the reality of things. I'm just saying, I never thought she was stupid. I think that you have to be, and this is not a moral commentary, but you have to be a smart, strategic, skilled politician to get to the level that she is, especially when you are not when you don't have a likable personality.
I'd like to get Willie Brown's input.
Yeah, you can do. There's other things. There's other things you can do. Sarah, let me ask you this. This is from Randall, one of our BlazeTV listeners. What is the next move for the middle of America if socialists win the election? Can we slow down big government?
Well, I'm going to try really hard to not totally be black-pilled. I feel like at least the person to the right of me is ready to jump off a bridge. And
this is me being optimistic.
I want to be
I'm giving plans. We can move forward from this.
Yeah.
Okay? Just not off the plank. This way. Back away. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I would say just where do you live? What state do you live in? And maybe try to focus on your local government, because I do like to remind people your local government affects your daily life much more than the federal government would. So there are still ways that you can affect change in those areas. And I mean, look, pray. Pray for our country, because I know as often as people like to say every election cycle, they're like, this is the most important election of our lifetime. It really is this time. And I fear that there is going to be a tipping point that we will reach if Kamala Harris is in power, that I'm not going to say that there's no coming back from, like, the country is over forever, but the country will never be able to get back to where it once was. And I do fear that that will happen. But I mean, as far as slowing down big government, I would also encourage you guys to look at, local. And by the way, while I'm on that, I'd like to just say, anytime that you are voting for any sort of, project for your schools, stuff like that, in all of those ballots, that's your money. That's your money.
Oh, my God.
Vote
yes.
no. We talk about that all the time.
The ballot initiatives are just like, oh, do we need another $500 million bond for,
it's a bond. It's fine.
Good.
It's magic
kids.
money.
Oh, yeah.
Don't vote for that.
I've never voted yes on one of those since I
Ever.
passed my first ballot when I was 18 years old.
Ever. But there's so many of them that overwhelmingly they're like, yes, it won. So
we're at the point now where they could be like, can we raise $5 for a bond to give water to a starving child? I'd be like, no. I know. I'm hardcore on this. No.
That's the only optimism I
got a hose out
back.
yeah. Can I ask one Taylor Swift related question? This is a serious Taylor Swift related question. And I know I'm introducing this with a Taylor Swift intro, but it's an actual campaign question. This is a somewhat big development from Steve's going to kill himself. Where it's
Sorry, go ahead.
But isn't this a bad time to announce this? Like, you just had this big debate moment. If you're going to have Taylor Swift come out and it's going to have any impact, it's got to have its own news cycle. They were rolling out, RFK Jr. was planned for a very specific time. You time these things as a campaign. For her to just kind of flip it out there with a picture of a cat is actually, I think, a missed opportunity for the left, isn't it?
Yes, but did you read her caption?
I didn't. I saw the picture that you showed
I know.
us.
I was reading it because I wanted to see what she said, and it's all about her. She said there was an AI picture of her claiming that she endorsed Trump and it was fake. And so she wanted to clarify. I bet she didn't even coordinate with the campain because I completely agree with you. Of course that this was a bad timing. They could ride the momentum of this for a couple weeks. I actually think the Taylor Swift endorsement might be a bigger story than the debate.
Really?
Yes,
Why?
because think of how many young women listen to her in our country, young women who are, and I'm not just talking about 18 and 19-year-olds who typically don't vote. I'm talking about them, but Taylor Swift, Swifties are like up through millennials, like up through age 40.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And the 3 reasons that Taylor Swift gave in her post for why she's endorsing Kamala Harris are LGBTQIA rights, IVF, and a woman's choice over her own body.
A woman's choice over her own body.
That's, I'm sure I bought.
Nicely stated. Yeah.
Well, she probably didn't say it like that, but I'm paraphrasing because she said a woman's right to choose or some
what happens to her own body. Yeah.
Yes. I mean, a euphemism for abortion is what she said. So, trans and kids, IVF, and abortion. Those are the 3 reasons. That's gonna make a bigger impact on. Like I said, we talked about the strategy that the Trump campaign is employing right now, trying to appeal to these women. Taylor Swift effectively countered that and won more than Kamala Harris did.
That's amazing. The IVF thing is fascinating too, because wherever you stand on IVF is one thing, but Trump, to your point of trying to play to the middle, went out and released basically this massive government program that all of a sudden the government was going to start paying for IVF or mandate insurance companies do it to try to win that back. Is that a successful tactic? Does that work for people?
I don't think so. Well, but I would just like to ask too, Liz, I'd love to get your input on this, that when Donald Trump, look, the childless cat ladies thing, right? I think that's who Taylor Swift is appealing to. Do you think that these people who are listening to her that are nearing the age of 40, if they have kids, they're still going to be like, oh, I'm going to vote for Kamala because Taylor Swift says she's going to trans the kids?
It's
because I feel like there's a wall there, right? I feel like there's a limit. I feel like the childless cat ladies, and again, I'm just using the term because it's a term that we're familiar with, right? But those people were already going to vote for Kamala.
Yes, the most extreme, the childless cat ladies, what is that, the bold lib? You guys have seen that video? Yeah, they're going to vote for Kamala, obviously. Don't waste your time and your dollars and your ads trying to recruit them. They're a bigger cultural project, a longer term project. There are suburban moms, and this gives me sorrow to say this, who have fallen prey to the lie that the left has been propagating that Trump's stance on abortion will somehow prevent them or their daughters from getting miscarriage care.
Yeah.
Will prevent them or their daughters in the horrific event that their daughters were raped and became pregnant as a result of that crime from getting health care. Health care is not, the way I define health care, is actually helping someone be healthy, the way the left define healthcare is abortion, but they use that term because it has a positive connotation, a healing connotation. Those women, even though they're mothers, fall for euphemisms and false narratives because they feel fear. Any woman who has gone through a miscarriage knows that it is horrendous. Mm-hmm. It is the single worst experience that I have ever had in my entire life, barring none.
Yeah, it's terrible. And
to hear a candidate lie and say you will not be able to get the care that you need when you are in the throes of grief is something that I almost don't blame women for being overcome by their emotions and believing. Mm-hmm. It's actually why I criticize, and it's intended as constructive criticism. I criticize the right for not meeting that narrative in the emotional place. Like, they should be going out and saying what I'm saying, that this is horrendous. And what she's saying is emotional manipulation of you in your worst period of pain, and that's an evil thing to do. But those women, and this is going back, I'm circling back to your original point, it's not just the childless cat ladies who fall prey to this. It is women, even if they're moms, who aren't as tuned into politics as we all are, who hear these things and they just feel the grief of experiences that they've had, and they feel panic that those experiences would have been either worse or possibly even deadly for themselves or their daughters.
And by the way, all of those lies that Liz was pointing out that Kamala just spewed on the debate stage were not corrected by the moderators, nor corrected by Donald Trump.
Right.
Amazing. This has been great. It's an interesting night, and I think there's a lot more to be said about it. But we've got to sign off here. I will say when we're done here, I'm going to go live on YouTube.com/StuDoesAmerica.
You never stop.
I know.
Oh my gosh.
I know.
When do you sleep?
I know. I don't. That's why I look like this. Go to YouTube.com/StuDoesAmerica. In just a moment, we're going to be just joining live and just taking your questions, going back and forth. So please take a moment, go over there and follow us there. Events like this take a lot of time and planning here at the Blaze. None of it would be possible without you. We really do appreciate it. It's a lot that happens here, and we appreciate you guys being a part of this. You're the most important part of Blaze Media, the true Americans who really love this country and fight for its values. We are at the precipice, and right now it is more important than ever to stand for those values. That is why we created Blaze Media. We talked about it with Glenn back a little while ago. We did it for the country, for the values that are most important to us, and of course for you. If you're not already a subscriber, join us. Go to blazetv.com/debate. blazetv.com/debate. Use the promo code debate or the other promo code, which is
Meow40.
Meow40. Save $40 on your annual subscription to Blaze TV. Right now is the time to join. Get access to all of our exclusive content, including our daily shows, groundbreaking documentary series, Blaze originals, and access to chat with your favorite hosts. Join us in the fight to make this country great again. We really do appreciate we appreciate you taking the time to join us tonight. We'll see you over on youtube.com/StuDoesAmerica momentarily.